Hello, good morning. Happy, what is it today? Tuesday. Yeah, it's the first working day of the week, something like that. Also, apparently this resets, so it thinks that this is the primary monitor again, which is not what I wanted. So hold on, let me fix that. Oh, it's gonna reset everything, isn't it? Let's see, displays, range. You go over there. Hello, Corbob, and hello, Albert. How are you both doing today? How's your New Year's going? You have 110 open tabs. You're losing track of where you are. I tend to try to remove my tabs to basically shut down the computer at the end of every day. It resets all the tabs, which is really nice. And I've been playing around with Arc a lot recently, and one of the things that Arc can do is shut down tabs that you have open after like X amount of days. They just auto close them, which is also a nice thing. Yeah, so the app with the llama head, that's a really cool one. I haven't really spent too much time playing around with it, but that is Ollama. So Ollama. So Llama is the name of an open source LLM, so large language model, machine learning, AI, whatever you want to call it. Use Arc in your Mac, but you recently switched back to Windows and haven't gotten around to signing up for the Windows beta. Oh, and it's probably going to take even longer to get into that. Well, I signed up for the beta a while ago, and I haven't received an email saying that I'm in yet. So we'll see. We'll see. Anyway, so Ollama is pretty cool. Think of it as Docker for open source large language models. It's very similar to, like, I know that it's called like Ollama, so it's like based on llama, but I think it's actually based upon more than just llama. Although that being said, I am not, I have done little more than play around with it a little bit. I haven't like really deep dug in to like see whether or not it's always llama based or something else, but here's what we can do with it. We can do Ollama list, and it shows what models that we have downloaded. And right now we don't really have, I have this Starling 7B one. We can download one, so I can download, for example, Llama, which is Facebook's LLM, so their competition with ChatGPT. We could download Mistral, which recently got a lot of funding and is also attempting to compete with ChatGPT. Albert, you're heading back to school. You have to create a hash table. Oh, excellent. That sounds like a lot of fun. Have fun and good luck at school. And then there's a bunch of other ones too. So if we go to Ollama.ai and look at models, they have just a bunch of different ones. And so let's see. There's like they all, a lot of them have different like reasons that you might use them. Code Llama is interesting. This is basically Llama with code stuff set up with it. Find Code Llama is actually the version, like if you use the find version of the AI, this is what they're using behind the scenes. Find Code Llama. And so if you take a look into it, this is a pretty beefy one. It's a 34B model, which requires 32 gigabytes of RAM. So I have a 64 gigabytes on this system. I can technically run a 70B model on here, which there's a few of them that are available. It takes forever for them to download. It's a lot. There's a lot to them. But Llama 2, for example, has a 70B version that we can get. Mistral 7B is probably the It's the most popular thing that I've been seeing online, like on Twitter recently. So if I were to do something like Ollama, I think it's pull Mistral and then a tag so I can get latest, or I want 7B text. So it basically is, they have instruct and text. Instruct is basically don't try to talk back, just say, like, you know, just give what they want. So if you say like, give me code about this, it just gives you the code and doesn't try to like explain the code. Text is trying to be more like, oh, you're chatting with me, let's chat, let's have a nice happy conversation. How good are these specialized LMs? Also, hello Blah, how are you doing today? So what I've seen online is that they are not as good as ChatGPT until you train them. And so you can do, basically you can take the model and you can do further training on them using some tools, which I am like, LangChain, I think, is one of them. There's a few tools that I've heard that you can use to like further train and refine one of these models. And so what I've heard is that Mistral 7B, for example, which 7B is a really tiny amount of compared to like ChatGPT, which is I think like 130 something minimum, maybe like 140, 150, more than that. Albert, 20 stream streak, thank you so much for that. That's awesome. And now it should be easier, right? Because I'm not doing like multiple streams a day that you have to get onto. Also 30 quacks. I don't know if we can do 30 quacks. That's a lot of quacks. But we can do some quacks. Here, let me. Let's do a few quacks. They do start to repeat, so you generally get some a little bit boring with them. So not 30 of them, but enough. But yeah, so anyways, the idea is that you can use something like LangChain to further refine something like Mistral 7B and run it on. With something like this, you only need like 13 gigabytes of memory, maybe less than that. And you can, which means that like a MacBook Air could run this easily. And if you further refine it, it can know everything about what you're doing and what you're trying to do. And it could answer simple questions about your context stuff. So if I figured out how to like get information about like all my streams or my courses, and I can like train it on that, I can have an AI that responds with like, you know, help for my courses, which might be a project. I actually have a project in my backlog for, hey, let's figure out how to make like a Brooks Builds LM and like see how that would work. Anyways, what we can do with this, we can do Ollama run. Well then Mistral 7B text. It'll spin up, takes a little bit of time to go. This obviously takes more time the bigger the model is. This is not using GPU, this uses Metal something. Basically, Macs get special treatment because they have cool stuff. That's all I know. I just know that there's something special that like allows it to run a little bit faster on Macs than on Windows systems when not using a GPU. Obviously, if I had a GPU like an NVIDIA card, which aren't compatible with Macs, then this would run even faster and you can do even more cool stuff. So yeah, then here we are. We have an integrated in. So like I am currently streaming on twitch.tv. please say hello to my viewers. I have no idea who that person is, and do not send them an email. So yeah, that's a thing. If a big tech company is doing that, no point in trying ourselves. Why would he need an okay, an RSS reader? Wait, Google's creating one. Oh wait, they killed it? Oh, Metal is the Mac equivalent of Windows DirectX. Okay, that's cool. So basically, that allows you to use this type of stuff. So you can now ask it stuff, and it's just like everything else. Prompting is important. It's not that great on its own until you start doing interesting stuff with like each LM. From what I can tell, you requires different prompting sort of techniques, and I'm not super great at it even for ChatGPT. So it's definitely something to sort of like experiment and play around with. That being said, this is pretty cool. You're off to lurk because you apparently have children that you need to take to appointments. Children, that's a thing. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and I mean, we could probably just leave that up. We can ask it questions later if we want to. It now knows that I'm a chat streamer and thinks that I'm David. So that's the thing. You have a recipe markup generator I think a home and LL preacher would work on. Oh yeah, that could be good too. Imagine if Google just contributed to open source projects instead of constantly buying startups and killing them. Every company has their strategies, and apparently that's their strategy right now. All right, so today we're working on building up a new course, and I'm really happy because like this new stream schedule where I do like a project on Mondays, or I do like a project on one stream, where right now that's Mondays. Course creation for Tuesdays, and then fun tomorrow. We get to focus the entire day on this, which is going to be at the beginning. It's going to be like 4.5 hours until I can upgrade, improve my endurance for streaming long periods of time, and then that can go up. Basically, I have time blocked out for these days until like 4 p.m. So I'll be able to do this for when eventually I'll be able to do this for a long time. Until now, it's just my energy that's in the way. Another thing to note, while I am streaming both on YouTube and on Twitch, I know that Twitch, especially with longer streams, starts sending like advertisements like crazy out, both to like newcomers, people coming in, but also just to all of you. I plan on taking a break. I don't know exactly what my cadence will be for that. It might end up having to be the advertisement cadence. So I know that I'm curious about this, and so like if you get advertisements just sort of randomly throughout the day, let me know. Just put into stream, because I don't think I can see when you all get random advertisements from Twitch. YouTube, I don't think I have advertisements even set on right now. Although sometimes I do, and then I usually turn off. I should probably here. Let me just double check that it's not actually going to send. Because if I don't say what to do with advertisements, YouTube will do stuff for me. Yeah, okay, so here, I can choose how mid-rolls appear and insert mid-rolls manually. So now, by doing that, YouTube won't insert a mid-roll for me and waits patiently for me to do it. Oh, like a frequency over time chart? So from what I understand, Twitch wants, like Twitch encourages streamers to run advertisements. And they want you to run a mid-roll every hour or so. And if you don't, they will for you. But they'll run it like at random times for people, which means that it's a very disjointed experience. Like if I want all of you to be able to see what's going on at the same time, but half of you are in an advertisement, that sucks, right? Because you can't hear what I'm saying. Like they, if I remember correctly, they put like the content into a little window in the top so you can sort of see what's going on, but that's not going to work if I'm explaining something or doing something fun or something like that. Yeah, you don't really. Yeah, I would imagine that. Plus, also, if you run the ads, there's no pre-rolls. Like if people join in later on, they don't run ads for them if I run ads myself. So they're definitely encouraging me to run ads for that. I was thinking of following what pretty much everyone else that I'm seeing online doing is every hour take a 3-minute break and then run a 3-minute ad block, and then that way we all take a break. And you can mute or whatever, and then YouTube doesn't need to do that. then I'll go grab a drink or something else, stretch, and come back and do that, and then that will be it. Like it would break every hour or so. I think more finger breaks would be nice, sort of like having recess. Plus, in the future, I might be able to use that to like figure out how to break these up into smaller videos too. I haven't really like figured that out yet. That's like part of like this new schedule is I have a full day on Thursday that I'm just taking for myself. All I'm doing is like trying to figure out what's coming up, like what's going on. It's not necessarily like I'm gonna work really hard on like coding stuff. It's like more creative, like work on the actual business Brooks Build stuff. And part of that is gonna be figuring out what do I want to do for like, cutting these streams up, because I've not done that before simply because I've never had the time or energy. And I think now I'm going to start being able to, which is going to be really nice. I'm looking forward to experimenting with that. Okay, so let's talk about courses. I have a list of possible courses that I created, that I've been sort of collecting from people, and then also just sort of like adding on my own. So right now I only have 9 on here. So this is what it is so far. Can I make this bigger? I cannot make the text bigger. That would have been nice. I don't know if you can read this. Brooks builds 12-hour Director's Edition supercuts. And like that 12 hours is like years of content all just crunched into one. Yeah, we could do something like that. I don't need tags on these. These are just courses. Okay, so one that I just sort of thought of this morning that I didn't have in here, which is like introduction to Docker. Okay, so we have one request that came in, like a new book playlist. So some of these would be obviously free courses, and some of them would be paid courses, depending upon where it is. Like a new book walkthrough. I don't think that there's any value in me doing a completely new read through the book, but like a course, like, oh, you're taking the book, let's like build a course that goes next to the book, like so you do both at the same time. That could be really interesting to do. However, this is, I believe, waiting because the 2024 edition is coming out soon, and the book will theoretically be updated at that time. And as we've learned, we don't want to make a course when we know an update is about to drop. I'm like 0 through 3 on that. It sucks. Okay, so setting up Helix for web dev, this is also like runs into that updates quite a bit type thing. This might be more of a like just a YouTube like video where we just like a 1 day thing where it's like, hey, let's update that, and then we can keep that up to date with okay updates. So this might be if I do an tag for this, this might be a like YouTube only. This might be YouTube. This might be YouTube, but could also see this going on to the LMS. It could be on both. Let's see, exploration tests. So there, I played around with these a little bit. I'm still not 100% sure that the correct name, this is the correct name for them, but one of my mentors showed me this this idea, and we can do like a one-off. It wouldn't really be a course, it would just be a lesson on it. So that would be perfect for YouTube. The lesson basically is how to use automated tests to sort of explore your code and then get like instant feedback without having to do full restarts. Or I mean, I guess like it is doing like restart type things, but like you hit save and bam, it just reruns and then it runs that function, that one function, and you get to see the output of it, which is really nice. So because these are, I don't know, I kind of like feel that that might be up a little bit higher. Something like this feels like, again, like maybe a YouTube thing on the cargo temp crate, which is pretty cool to do. But I don't know if it has like that much value. So I'm going to leave it down here. Cores. There's so many people who run into cores as a problem, just a general issue. So having a lesson on that would be probably really helpful. This would probably be an LMS thing. It would probably be an LMS thing, and I would argue that it would, I mean, I might make it, it would probably be like really cheap or even free on its own, but it would be a sub thing that gets added into like any web dev course. Diesel. So I've had this, not YouTube, I wanted LMS. I've had a request for Diesel stuff, so to me that might be even like higher than cores, and we can do Diesel without even Axum, like just plain old, just isolate and just do only Diesel and that's it. And very similar to what we did with SQLX. Let's see. Another thing that I was thinking about, Code Crafters is really fun. There's a lot of sort of technology that you need to use, like, you know, the Flate crate and some other things. Basically creating creating a course, which could be both on YouTube and the LMS, that helps sort of like, oh, here's how to use these different technologies that you're going to use in there. And then that way it's not telling you how to solve the problems, but really telling you, okay, here's, you want to know how to use the Flate crate? Here we go. Here's everything you need to know for the Flate crate in order to pass the challenges. You can do a cores plus HTMX YouTube video to harvest that sweet pipe. Is the hype still going? I can't help but feel that I've missed that wave. That wave has come and gone, and like now you just get a bunch of like, you know, it's like what, like the little waves that come after it. You had to learn to set up cores up when doing your API that sends HTML for HTMX to consume. I mean, yeah, you would need to do that for any backend and any front end. So like I could set this up because like, yeah, that is, if I do this right, part of this course is also good for non-Rust. Like anybody can go from it. So business-wise, this also, makes sense for me. Maybe I'll put that below cores, because anybody, like people who purchase using the link for Code Crafters ends up I make money from that. So providing more support and more interesting things for this would is to the benefit of me from a business perspective. Most people just review HTMX on a surface level. Oh, interesting. Yeah, so here, HTMX. If we were to look at HTMX, that would be probably, I would do this as an LMS thing then. And let's I don't know. This ordering is not final. What I'm gonna do is there's a feature that I noticed in YouTube that gives me the ability to research terms and see how many people are searching for it. So it might be nice. I think HTMX being the backend programmer's front-end framework fits. The thing that I think a lot of programmers that are only backend that don't do front end at all, thinking like, oh, I'm gonna put it to the front end devs and do front end and they can't do, is like, you're gonna find out really quickly that what HTMX is, what I believe it's giving them is the least hard part about front end. Like actually solving the problems that users have and like testing and logging and figuring out all those things, then changing them. Those are just human problems. Those are not going to be fixed automatically by HTMX. That being said, if HTMX like inputs something that like allows you to like self-change it based upon user behavior and user needs, then we're talking about something. Okay, so using Mongo with Axum. So this is probably waiting. So here, let's do which ones we're gonna have to wait on. Helix, maybe waiting. I don't know. I kind of need to like reset it up for web dev for myself anyways, so I might just do that together. This one is waiting. Cargo temp crate doesn't need to. Okay, so using Mongo with Axum, this would be an LMS, and this would also be waiting because we're waiting for Axum. Connecting to MongoDB from Rust. This could just be, would probably be an LMS one. So it'd just be a using Mongo. Introduction to Docker. This one I came up with because I'll probably put on both LMS and YouTube. Because there's a lot, like I use Docker a lot, especially in the courses where it's like, hey, you want a free database? Just like load up Docker and run it. And you get a Postgres database, you get a Mongo database, you get whatever you want. You get 20 Postgres databases if you want. And it's nice to have in your toolkit to do things like that, so you don't have to install Docker, you don't have to install Postgres on your system natively and just run it. You can basically just install it, and you're like, oh, I don't want it right now, just turn it off, and it's so easy. So like this also feels like way up there. Any other things that we should add in before I get to research time? You somehow have it blow up on you constantly because you don't understand Docker Compose. Oh, so yeah, part of Docker would include, so includes Docker Compose. I use Docker Compose all the time. Derub, hello. Shuttle Axum. Okay, so basically deploying to shuttle. That could be an interesting thing. So that would probably be an LMS thing. Axum and you related full course. Yeah, I have. I guess I should add it in here. it's on my brain so much. The Axum Relay course, this is LMS, and it's also waiting until 1.0 because there's more changes that they had an update, they had a release the other day, and there's still more that are potentially breaking coming in. G, you you. So you is another one. So that will be an LMS, and we're also waiting. Let's see, using async GraphQL with Axum. So we can just do async. Here, let's just do GraphQL. That'd be one of them, and then another one would be GraphQL in Axum. So GraphQL we could definitely do now. I use it in my front end actually with the LMS. So it can be LMS, that's not waiting. GraphQL and Axum would be LMS and waiting. And I could do the same thing, right? GraphQL and U. That would be waiting and LMS. Moise, hello. Adding SMTP email service in Axum server. So that would be something like how to send emails from a Rust app is probably what I would do that. And that might end up just being a YouTube video, like a little short YouTube tutorial. Something like this. I would never just like set up my own email server itself. I would just end up using something like SES to send the emails for me. Like that would be Amazon SES. Rust embedded. So that'd be super interesting. So I would want I need something like more than just Rust embedded, right? Like I need to figure out how to make it like focused in on one specific thing. So what could we do? What could we do with Rust embedded? Like controlling lights on a light board, like we can get a Raspberry Pi and like a and some motors and do something else, like making a little robot. Basically, I need the course to be like something specific. Oh, a home cloud. Yeah, self-hosted cloud. This would probably be YouTube. Mostly because I don't know if I want my LMS to be like, most of the clouds that I would install are just open. M. Kohol, hello. Can't watch now, but just happy to see I'm still going strong with the vids and streams. Oh, thank you. And have a good rest of your day. Thanks for stopping by. Let's see, on Twitch end, shuttle support for a lot of these frameworks are in progress, but early beta. Yeah, that's definitely true too. It's like I might end up finding I need to delay a little bit for shuttle. Oh, so okay. So here, let's add in a waiting for that then. Dinner Remix. Hello. How are you doing today? Self-host a platform. What do you mean self-host a platform? Oh, you mean that's the host cloud. That's the home cloud. Okay, got it. I'm running out of room. Okay, well that's I don't care about let's see, what was there, center. There was one about, okay, so the embedded stuff, the thing that I would probably do, that might be a project. You know what? I think that's going to be a project. I have projects that I might work on too. Which here, let me remove some of these tags because I don't need those. One of these okay, so this could be like not a feeder. I wanted to do something for Zilby. Like a play button, or like I guess like a food button for Zilby. Basically, I guess like buttons to let Zilby talk /chat on Twitch, YouTube. I always I do feel like it would be a lot of fun if I have a button next to his food bowl and he presses it in order to like tell us that he wants food, and we make him press it, so it's like a treat for him to get anything. We don't give him dry food, so I can't do a full automated cat feeder because the wet food would just go bad. But we do make him like chat about it. But we do make him like tell us it before we give it to him, so at least he like works for his food every time. I do want to like move into other things like play and like other things, because I see like with other cats, they've learned how like, you know, specific buttons correspond to specific toys, in fact. And there's several times where I'm like, okay, you want this toy? And he's like, no, clearly I don't. He just looks at it. You then pick up on another toy and he's like, yeah, that's the one I want. He clearly knows which toy he wants. There's just no way for him to tell us that. Maybe like if I have buttons, and then also the fun side is I can make the buttons tweet, like actually add chats into YouTube and Twitch, which would be hilarious. That would be a project base. Those would be the other stream. Now Tori is such a good one. So Tori, this would definitely be an LMS one. And it's 1.0. We don't have to wait for that. Durub, I saw only part of your message before it got retracted. Sorry about that. Let's see. Jim, hello. Happy New Year. And a 5-stream streak. Thank you. You are streaking indeed. Oh, you have a 3D printer if I want parts? I would want to like, let's hold off on that because I don't even know when I'm going to get to that. It's going to be a project. And as you can see, I have other projects that I might end up getting to first. There's a bunch of things in here that I might need to do for like co-working mode and that kind of stuff. So we'll see. Let's see, toy dispenser using Raspberry Pi. So yeah, that would be a fun one. So like, an IoT toy dispenser for Zilby. Hasta Luego Original, hello. How are you doing today? One practical business-oriented Rust programming project you pay to watch is serverless Rust deploying very cheap software in a cloud through Rust. So that would probably be an actual course. Whether or not it's YouTube or not is unknown at this point in time, but this would be basically AWS. AWS, like using AWS, and then also another one would be like Rust on AWS. Like those would be two different things. AWS like obviously could be done now. Rust on AWS could for the most part be done now. The problem with these two is I don't know if I can stream them at all, because AWS is so dangerous to stream. If I accidentally expose the wrong things on AWS, that could end up costing me so much money. And I don't want to be like, okay, I'm good. All right, I got a $500,000 charge I'm done. Bye. Also done it on the Spin Fermion framework. Spin I've looked at. Fermion I haven't looked at. Are they the same thing or are they related to each other? The Rust Native really pushing for market share. Oh wait, is that a cloud? I remember looking at Spin, but I forget what it was. Lots of feature goodies, and I think they pay for referrals. Okay, so here, that might be a project that we can do. So like sometimes I would do a project to feed into the courses, right? Like if it's something I really don't know, I'll have to build a project for it first, and then I can do a course for it. There's some technology though that I feel confident enough in that I can just build the course straight. Like you've seen how I do this, where I'll do like a little bit of something and then I'll understand it enough to like be able to build a course out of it. If it's a simple enough technology, I can generally do that. Or if it's like related to another technology that I've done a lot more. Oh, Fermion Cloud is their spin server. So, yeah, okay. So that might be something in this. So like, Fermion Cloud. Is that how to spell it? No. Fermion Cloud. Spin. So maybe that would be unknown if it's LMS or YouTube. I might just end up doing that as YouTube because it, as you said, like it might be a more like partnership type thing that I could look into if I could. Are you able to build a Discord chatbot for free and host on Fermion? Ooh, that's a good idea for a project. Discord chatbot. I'm gonna need one pretty soon. Okay, so we are working on courses, so that goes over there. All right, so research time. Now I'm not completely sure what will get exposed if I try to do this. So instead, I am going to load this up in YouTube Studio on my tablet and use that for the research. So let's see. Or I mean, I could try one over here, but then I lose. Let's see. If I open up you, I want you in a new window. Okay, YouTube Studio. Coffee drinker, hello. How are you doing today? Okay. I opened up Arc and its sidebar is completely unusable. It just wants me to click to move it around. That's not helpful in the least. Thank you, Arc. Okay, can I... Oh, I can't. Okay. Even with our main one is completely broken. All right, hold on. Let me quit Arc. Let's try this again. Okay, and I want to open you up, let's say to the right there. Okay, I want to see, where is it? Is it, where do they put their research thing? It's not content. It's in analytics. I can go to research tab. Research tab with generative AI experiment. Opt in. Oh, okay, sure. Cool. They're gonna collect all the stuff about me that I'm searching for. Nice. Coffee, you're doing good. You just finished with work. Nice. Okay, explore video ideas. Okay, so one would be Docker. Okay, this is completely unhelpful. So top searches related to my videos right now are Rust development, Rust programming stream, and Rust data science. I am not a data scientist and I can't teach that. But Rust programming stream and Rust development are already what I do. So that's not all that helpful. Let's see. Thank you, misleading, and you have earned a ban. Which I don't know how to get rid of on YouTube. So sorry YouTube. I can remove that message. There you go. You're gonna work on your own side project this evening. Nice. Yeah, side projects are nice. Okay, so those queries aren't really that helpful. All right, so if I search for Docker, recent audience activity, 2 out of 5. Video ideas for me. How to use Docker to create a self-hosted CI/CD pipeline for your Rust project or something. A tutorial on how to use Docker to deploy a Django application to production. No, I don't want to use Django. Oh, since you mentioned Tori, can eGUI go too? Yeah, absolutely. eGUI. I think it's more of like, I think it would be like, I think it's like that. I don't remember the capitalizations for it. eGUI would probably be LMS. Let's see. Oh, everybody's colors changed because I rebooted Twitch chat. You've been getting a ton of great help on working with web frameworks and in-depth Rust by watching the channel. Well, thank you. I'm hoping to. Okay, so I guess like the big thing to know is Docker is okay, so on the topic of Docker, it is 2 out of 5. Okay, how about cores? Cores, not enough. Not enough info about my audience to know who's searching for this. Oh my gosh, why is the first? Okay, so the top 2 videos that pop up as like good cores videos are all playing on Coors, like Coors the beer. Xanax, hello. How are you doing today? Oh, you think it appeals because it's a lot more applicable at work than academic lectures? I can see that. I think I have a very different sort of approach to education than a lot of education out there. So that's probably why. You're betting on HTMX hype right now. For your skill set or like building or just like getting a job. Like I'm curious as to whether or not we're gonna see very many companies start using HTMX, because right now I've not seen any companies doing that. I've been seeing mostly individual engineers for side projects do that, which is usually how it starts, right? Like it starts that way, and then sometimes they bring it into their companies, and sometimes not. Oh, getting views to the channel. Yeah, so let's see. So this one also is a 0 out of 5 for searching that people have. HTMX, let's see what this gives us. If it's a 5 out of 5, we're probably just going to jump into it right away. HTMX. Shocking. 1 out of 5. What can I share what we have with this? I don't think there's anything crazy in here. Why can't I make this bigger? Okay. So yeah, HTMX, 1 out of 5. But video ideas, no video ideas. And then here's like some recent other ones. So interesting. Of course, the Fireship. Yeah, Fireship has been in every single one of these, it feels like. So shockingly, this is a 1 out of 5. You surprised because I learned to do this stuff watching this channel? Are you streaming at YouTube right now? I'm well, what I can do is like we can also do a poll. Okay, so what if I do HTMX Rust? Oh, so I can wait a second. I can do all of these together. So HTMX, Docker, cores. Oh, I can do them all together. Okay, so cores, MongoDB, code crafters, Diesel, Helix, Cargo temp. We have Mongo. Shuttles are waiting. Axum is waiting. U is waiting. Oh, GraphQL. GraphQL. Emails. I don't know if I want to do emails right now because that's like an AWS type thing. Self-hosted, cloud, Ori, Fermion, eGUI. It feels like it's not even showing me the top ones. That's so weird. Oh, WebSockets. Yeah, that'd be good too. Okay, so WebSockets. Yeah, it's weird because it's like grabbing from different areas, back and forth. This search is, I thought I could just add everything and it would like compare it all to each other. That doesn't seem, it seems like there's a limit to the number of things I can throw in here. Yeah, 5 out of 5 must be hard to get for this type of metric. Probably. Well, what I'm looking for is the number of searches, right? And maybe that would be a completely different thing we can look at is Google. Let's see. I want Google search Metrics? Trends. No, I don't care about that. So let's do like Docker. And so we can see that. Now I can compare this to something like, oh, what if it wants a clickbait title? Oh, wait, we can do that. We can do that. Here, what's the most clickbaity thing that I can do? Because like, I feel I'm not, like, people know that I'm not super clickbaity. So like, I can't go all in, right? Like I have to like introduce people to the idea of clickbaity stuff gently. I have to like do something like learn front-end development with HTMX. That's not web development. It's 1 out of 5. Come on. Okay, so you won't believe what I built. You won't believe what I built my cat. You won't believe Zilby, like, let's see. My cat teaches you HTMX. It doesn't like that. I feel like this is topics. So like it would be HTMX, like web development. Full stack. That's an interesting thing that, okay, what does this mean? Wait, is it gonna give me like a... Oh, that gives me an outline for a video to do. That's interesting. I don't know how helpful that is. So yeah, this is for like a specific thing. Oh, okay, yeah, HTMX. Yeah, let's do it with the other one. So Docker HTMX. No. HTMX. It's not even close. It's not even close. Okay. It's nothing. It peaked. It peaked back on January 2nd. With 18 views at a time. Okay, this is the past day. I want past 90 days. Yeah, so the problem here is that HTMX is so little known. Like, it doesn't matter how many influencers are talking about it. It's nothing compared to Docker, which is this big behemoth. Yeah, it's a y-axis issue because Docker is so big. I need to not compare it against Docker. Now, if I remove that and we just have HTMX, here we go. Okay, so that's not too bad. It peaked at like 100 or so. If we go back to here and we just say like HTMX. Like, okay, so the more serious videos are like 22 point, you know, this one almost has 995K. That's really good. That's the Fireship one. Docker Compose. Oh yeah, we could HTMX. That sort of like compares them together. That's a little bit better. So Docker Compose is now not quite as big, but still pretty big there. That's just because Fireship has 10 million subscribers. Yeah, that makes sense too. Like, you know, if I were to make a video and just try to copy Fireship, I would not be getting the same number of views that they would be getting. Okay, so I wouldn't be opposed to doing something with HTMX. I don't know if a full course is good for it. It's still like super new, right? And like looking through a bunch of these. Okay, so we have Docker. Let's go back to, I have Docker, we have HTMX, we have cores. So Docker might end up being a good one, except we noticed that, I mean, it has 2 out of 5 of like search terms for that. Cores is interesting because like a lot of people run into it and it's very niche. So when you run into it, you're going to search for, how do I do this thing with cores? I think it's kind of like WordPress, but for writing async code. Wait, what is? Oh, Fireship? What is Fireship? I thought it was just a channel. Is it an actual? Because Firebase is the thing that I'm aware of, like an actual thing. Oh, it simplifies stuff. Nice. Oh, HTMX. No, so my understanding of HTMX is that it's a templating system and a front-end framework sort of built in together. So think of it more like a really, really watered down Ruby on Rails. Like really watered down. So like you're gonna get, oh, Fireship is the programmer YouTube meme board. They're explainers. Okay, got it. Oh, wait, wait. Can I do topics? HTMX topic. Docker. Topic. Cores. Topic. MongoDB. Topic. That's a lot better. So Docker is... Okay. So if I'm looking for topics now, that changes things quite significantly. Now we see HTMX is actually not quite so far down. That's nice. Oh, I see. Looking at its search term. So diesel. So this would be like diesel, Rust. It's just flatlined. Nobody. Okay, so Google doesn't know diesel and Rust. If I just do a search term for that one, that is still flatlined. Okay, interesting. I would have thought that was a little bit higher because it is the more popular ORM for Rust. Yeah, HTMX just demands that you send the full HTML over the packet. So it pushes all the templating work to the server, which in the end still makes so you have to know HTML, you have to know CSS, you have to know, like there's still other things that you have to know and work with. It's a lightweight server-side rendering library, but don't take your word for it. Yeah, I mean, once we get into it, we would learn a lot more about it. And then be able to do something with it. So maybe, you know what we could do? We could do HTMX in a project. So as soon as I finish the Git project, the build your own Git with the code crafters, I'm gonna probably be building something else. And if it's web related, we'll use HTMX for it. So that'll be my compromise. And then we'll see how people like that. And if people like that, then we'll move on to here. So I'm gonna remove you. Okay, so Diesel and Rust, that's so sad. Let's see then. Oh, GraphQL. Programming language? Very few people are searching for that. Oh, Tori. Oh, wait, is that it? I can't add any more. We're done. So Diesel and Rust, you're out for right now. Let's add in Tori. Supabase? I've heard of that a lot. I don't remember what it is. Okay. Supabase. Supabase. What is Supabase? Yeah, that's up there. GraphQL is out, Supabase is in the meme lands. Ah, the meme lands. Oh, and eGUI. So, Mongo, okay, so Mongo apparently has these like ups and downs. Now that's really interesting. So Mongo was like not doing super hot in search terms and then suddenly got big again. In the last quarter. Interesting. Pramila, hello. How are you doing today? Can you build a course on Rust and MongoDB? Yeah, so that was one of the questions about like, hey, can we do Mongo type stuff? Mongo would be a fairly quick course to do too, which is like why I'm slightly more okay with doing that than something else. Okay, I'm not gonna do Supabase. If it's just a meme one. Do exploring count with projects? Yeah, so like exploring and projects are probably going to be like very similar. So like if it's a technology that like I really need to learn first before I can do something with that, then I'll probably need to do a project on it first. And that's the reason why I have a project day once per week. So that's what that's all about. India time zone. Well, hello. Schrodinger, hello. What about Rust and MySQL? Yeah, we could do, well, I guess like the SQL X course that I did has a MySQL connector to it. So like I feel that there's no extra things that you need to do with what is it called? My brain just completely blanked out. I don't know what I was trying to say. There's nothing extra that you need to do to like get SQL X working with MySQL than just say, here, I've installed the MySQL driver instead of the Postgres driver. And then bam, all your good to normal everything else. And installing it would be a Docker thing. So like I'm leaning towards Docker because this kind of like feels necessary for me to do like a course on Mongo, right? It's like, okay, now install Mongo in your system. Oh, wait, you don't have Mongo in your system? Well, okay, then use Docker. Oh, Xanax, you put thermal pads on your GPUs? Nice. Hopefully they won't go crazy anymore. Do you want to revisit or update previous courses? Do you have a courses list? Yeah, so right now I have, that would actually be, that's a good project. So a project that I've always wanted. Track versions of my courses and let me know what needs to be updated. I don't know if that's actually possible, but that would be really fun to do. Yeah, I don't have a courses command for that. That would be good. You know what? What is this called? Like create a overlay. So overlay for stream that includes so it includes like timers. I guess here, overlay for stream. And then this would be like, we need timers. I would want sell like courses, or like suggest, like, you know, suggest courses, suggest partner tips, things like that. So the one course that I have for sale right now is this one, SQLX Rust. So here, I'll drop a link to this. And this is a, I would call this like more of a beginner level course. It's you don't really need that much to get into it, and this doesn't this is just getting into SQLX and Rust itself, so it's a framework agnostic, so it doesn't tell you how to like use it in there, which is why it's a cheap course. Let's see, was there any other of these? Satori, and then, oh, eGUI was the other one that I wanted to look at. Which is very low. If we add Rust into that, it becomes nothing. Nobody's searching for eGUI and Rust together, which is interesting because it goes kind of together. Tori, MongoDB. Okay, so Mongo with Rust. That brings it down to almost nothing too. There's very few people searching for that. Am I? Oh, United States. Hold on, let's do worldwide. Let's do the past 12 months. That just makes it worse for everything. Look, cross research sharing is going down. It is clearly people aren't running into that as a problem anymore. Why is, oh, Dockers? That's weird. Docker. Okay, so if I do like cores as just a search term, that's pretty far down. Let's go back to the last 90 days. Mongo, Rust, Tori, and eGUI, those are all like pretty far down. But if we take out Docker, then everything else looks a lot more competitive for that. So if I remove, these are the more Rust specific things, then Tori is the number one, which makes sense because Tori is a cross-platform desktop build tool. So that makes total sense. That being said, I think that a brief introduction to Docker would be the way to go for this. Mostly because then I can reference it at the beginning of every other course and say, hey, go to this and you'll be able to like spin up your own databases and do stuff like that. So I think Docker and Docker Compose are going to be, I think that's where I'm going to work on. Okay, so now that I know that, Why did you move over there? Oh, because I had two of them open. Cool. Close you. And you. And you. All right, so it is 10:19. It's been an hour and a half. A good Docker Compose course would have saved you dozens of hours so far. Yeah, so I don't think like one of you mentioned, like one of you a while ago told me you had taken my previous Docker course. So I wrote and did a Docker course for a private learning company way back when I first was streaming. And that was an introduction to Docker for systems administrators. So it was basically just like it wasn't like very like huge. It was just basically just running stuff in Docker. That was it. And that made me, that was good information for me. Like, okay, I should just do like my own LMS and do some other stuff because like, okay, I can do this. I can do this. I can build courses that people are going to want to watch. So time for me to redo that. I'm not allowed to take any of the material that I made and like reuse it. I have to recreate it from scratch. Otherwise, I would be stealing from them because they technically own the specific course that I made for them. Plus, also that was Docker a while ago. There is a things are new. So, yeah, the learning material is written an updated version. Yeah, I'm gonna do an updated version. I would obviously do an updated version. The goal of this course would be to get you up and running with running stuff locally with Docker. So it would not be how to be like a master Docker, to create all sorts of stuff. It would just be, I want to run databases in Docker. I want to run all of my stuff in Docker together, like in one sort of like grouping. So the networking type stuff. And I want my database to be there, and I want it to not lose its data every time I restart it. Like pretty much stuff like that. So I think I'm going to take a really quick break. And then we're going to come back and we're going to plan out all the topics and everything else. And oh no, blah, what happened? A railway dev project. What's railway dev? I don't think I've heard of that. Also, sorry about that. Is that a link? Railway dev. Infrastructure platform where you can provision infrastructure, develop with that infrastructure locally, and then deploy to the cloud. Oh, so it's basically, okay. I will add that to maybe something like this. So this is like a cloud. So cloud hosting. It's like having a Docker Compose UI, but you can't replicate it without knowing some Docker Compose. Okay. I would probably just we're doing Docker Compose on its own. You can't really work with it because you can't make your Docker Composes work smoothly. All right, well, we will hopefully help with that over the next couple weeks. So let's do this. I'm gonna take a break. I'm curious now, all of you on Twitch, have you been receiving advertisements? How are we on that? Not yet? Okay. Give us some ads. All right. How do I do that? This is the first time I've ever run ads. All right. So monetize section. Okay, so I added a 3-minute ad. I don't know what's going to happen. Obviously on YouTube, you're not going to see this at all because you have to go over to Twitch to see the ad. So you're just going to see, oh, you know what? We can, so you can see, look at something in the corner. Let's add my one fun thing that I have. What is it? It's all right. So we're gonna cargo run that. This will start playing, so you can watch this. I think it shows up in a corner or a little something like that. I'm gonna run some ads so that way there's no pre-rolls for some people coming in, and I'll be back in 3 minutes or so after this break. So we will see you shortly. All right, and hopefully it's working. And getting people ads, I don't know. There's a timer going down on it. So I will see you in a couple, few minutes. All right, I am back. No ads yet? Oh, that's weird. It says it's almost done. Twitch is weird and fun. But it did say that there's now 60 minutes of no advertisements supposed to be guaranteed for what is it called? Anybody coming in. You hope they get to monetize next time? Yeah, I mean, theoretically, somebody coming in will now, oh yeah, pre-roll off for 59 minutes and 43 seconds. So that's a nice thing. Mythol, hello. How are you doing today? I am so confused by the advertisement system and Twitch. It's so, like, there's no way for me to know. Like, I wish that there was like something where I can see like, oh, X% of people are in an ad. Like, that would make so much more sense. But there's no, I don't really see much about that. Okay, but anyways, theoretically, everybody's done with their ads and we're back. So let's change the stream title. We're now making, so creating a course on Docker. So update for you, and then I need to update YouTube. Okay, so creating a course Docker. I'm curious, for those of you watching, do you see that updated, that the title updated, or do you have to refresh to see the title? Obviously, it doesn't matter for you. You know we're starting to make Docker now, but everybody else, I think, will now, like, if they come past the stream, it'll show Docker. We're working on that. All right, so this was Docker course. Okay, it's updated. Nice. All right, so we have Docker course. I'm creating my own Docker. Yeah. Also, Limanox, hello. Did I say I'm creating my own Docker? Oh, creating a course on Docker. Perfect. Okay. And updated in YouTube too. Thank you both. All right, so let's see. I want to go. I have like a course things. Oh, we have lessons. I have course articles. I think it was course articles. Oh, yeah. So we're gonna take one Docker. This is gonna be an introduction to Docker, or maybe I should say Docker for what do you think? Docker for web developers, introduction to Docker. Good do use with the code crafters class. Oh yeah, that would be interesting too, because there is the build your own Docker in that. Oh yeah, they would absolutely let me do that. So far they've been really awesome in that they're gonna let me do pretty much whatever I want, as long as it encourages people to like go and check them out. They seem to be okay with it. So far I've like the partnership side of things from my end has been really good. I think like as long as I don't like try to take away from them, they're gonna be okay with it. You do Golang, Python, and Rust, and you stream Golang on Twitch. Nice. How do you like Go? I've heard really good things about Go. Docker for beginner web devs. Okay, let's see. Docker for web development. Something like that. Intermediate Docker. Well, let's see how it is. Then I'll ask you all if you think that it's intermediate or beginner. I'm not going to get into at least a lot of the advanced stuff in Docker. It's been too long since I've used it that I don't feel confident like teaching some of that. But getting going with it, definitely we're gonna be able to do that. Docker intro wasn't enough to get you through all the self-hosting stuff. Oh, okay, interesting. Well, you can let me know what things I'm missing. So here's let's go into like our topics. So things that I want to be able to cover in this. Let's see, topics. Do I want that? What is it called? It's standards. Standards. Okay, so a standard would be You had to rewrite an ETL pipeline recently where I was doing nearly 970 million requests. Golang wait groups saved your life. You're rewriting your crappy startup in Golang from JavaScript full stack. Nice. It's always nice to be able to like actually switch to a technology and do a rebuild and like significant improvement happens. That's always a good feeling. So excellent. That's good to hear. Okay, so let's see. We have Docker for web development standards. Okay, so for these standards, obviously we have like let's see if I need to remember exactly how standards work. Standards work with, they are a tangible thing that you can do by the end of the thing. So that's something that's a measurable thing that you know how to do, but it can be like a like slightly vague, but still something you can do. So you can like install Docker on your computer. You can find, so we can find Docker images. So images to like find images on Docker Hub. We can run an image. So not just like run an image, like find, maybe we could find a Postgres image on Docker Hub. Run Postgres database locally with Docker. Rust would probably be faster, but Rust is very expensive to write. It's expensive. It's super interesting. I recently read a white paper, which I think I saved somewhere, but I don't remember where I saved it, so that's not helpful. That Rust is more expensive. Like if we're looking at like the developer time, Rust is more expensive on the first pass through for something. But if you add in bug fixes, so like if you basically say, okay, you're writing your code and then you deploy it and then you have to come back and revisit it afterwards. If you have like the entire life cycle of that like project in mind, Rust becomes cheaper, but only after you consider all the other things that have to happen afterwards, which is super fascinating because so most places only think about, okay, it's like once you hit deploy and it's out there, that's the end. You stopped keeping track of the money part of it. And they didn't say it was not just Rust, it was Rust and other memory safe languages, which a lot of garbage collected languages are memory safe. So therefore that would also be in there too. Run Postgres database locally with Docker. Okay, so we run the Postgres database. So obviously we can connect. Then we like, okay, so we have Postgres running locally. So maybe this is, actually all together, right? So we have install Docker in your computer, run Postgres database locally on Docker, because you have to go find it, you have to install it, you have to pull it, you have to run it. Okay, that's all on its own, right? Then also, you press X on that though. We have Rust project running, VoIP system, not that easy to bug fix. Oh, interesting. Okay. Well, that's probably why we need more studies on it and more people running it to find out more how it is. So that's super interesting. I have one Rust thing in production for myself, which is the my LMS, and it so far has not been any harder than any other thing to do bug fixes to when I found it. So it's like I don't feel that it's that much like better than than something else, except for the fact that obviously I learned more Rust building it. Mythal, do I prefer Zellige or Tmux? Right now, I prefer Zellige. Mostly because I like this type of stuff. I am dyslexic, and so I tend to forget keyboard commands, and having the reference there is like really nice for my brain. What I wish that I could do is hide them and then have them show up when I on demand. I wish that I could do that, but so far I don't think that that adds it in there. Oh, and the other thing is, because I know I can get that with Tmux, the other thing is I really love default, like not having to deviate from defaults very much. I think I overdid that when I was a sysadmin, and now I just don't want to like configure anything anymore. It's just, I don't know. That's maybe not be a good habit, but that's where I am right now. Oh, your system is very big though. It's at your day job. Okay, that also makes sense. Like there's probably certain points of time where it doesn't matter how memory safe your thing is, your like language is. It's going to suck once it reaches a certain size. I am convinced, but I have no proof or evidence or even knowledge about how to fix this, that building smaller module-based systems, so not microservices. I think that there's something between microservices and monoliths. That's where I think that the sweet spot is. When you're doing a big project in Rust, you have to do unsafe no matter what, especially with FFI. Well, yeah, FFI really sucks for unsafe type stuff. I'm with you for that. Okay. Install Docker on your computer, run Postgres database locally with Docker. Oh, and new devs get confused because of Rust. That's another thing, is that we need way more devs learning Rust in order for Rust to become the top choice. It's the reason why it's very difficult for me to recommend that a company starts using Rust unless they really know what they're getting into. Because like, well, you know, if you have to onboard a bunch of devs, your velocity is going to dip quite a bit before it climbs back up, and that sucks. Like the business side is going to be livid unless that they're in on it. That's the key, is like you need to have somebody at the C level who's going to back you up onto like making those choices, which generally means that only a software dev is like a CEO is gonna like go with it. And there's very few of those, unfortunately. I guess you can call me a CEO. I'm a CEO of my own LLC. I'm a CEO of a one-person company. Okay, so install a Docker on your computer, run Postgres database locally with Docker. Okay, so we run, so that's basically, we run Postgres locally with Docker. Okay, so we connect to it. So that would include like the ports and all the other stuff with that. And volumes. I want to connect to a running Docker instance container. Oh, something else. Okay, so connect to a running Docker container. Maybe even before the Postgres is like run Docker container in interactive mode. That would probably be, oh, wait. Why? Why did that come? Why did that put that over there? That's silly, Helix. Why did you do that? Oh, you're also CEO too. Nice, but you choose Golang for your startup. Your day job has Rust, C, and Python. Nice. Yeah, I mean, it makes total sense to use Go because it's so fast to get into. There's a ton of developers that know it, and it's really easy to pivot with. So like that makes a lot of sense. VS Code in whatever remote development option, your VS Code setup on your Axum. Oh yeah. Connect like okay. Set up VS Code to work with Docker. I know that Microsoft has put a ton of Docker stuff inside of VS Code that I have not paid attention to in the least because I use terminal-based stuff. So that's good. You're not good enough to make your Rust faster than Golang. Golang is so fast out of the box. I think that's one of the things is that like speed is not necessarily like, you know, this as a founder, you don't like, nobody cares about speed. Like nobody cares that your thing runs fast unless it's running slow. They care about it running slow. They don't care about it running fast. Developers care about it running fast because, you know, we're using it all the time, and like we can see it, like, oh, we could see how we can make it faster, and that's like, it's kind of fun to solve those problems, but that's not going to help the users at all. If things like run fast enough, that's good enough. You built your prototype in JS, it got to 500 users and it getting expensive. 500 users is great. Congratulations on that. That's a good problem to have, and that like lets you know, hey, we're on to something. Will, hello, welcome back. Okay, so we set up VS Code to work with Docker. What other things do we? Okay, so what other things in here do we have before we start doing Docker Compose stuff? You know what I'm going to do? We're going to Docker and take a look at the help. So, okay, we have run, we have exec. Oh, let's see. So install Docker. So this is going to be like PS. So install Docker on your computer. Okay, so maybe I want, so run a Docker container. So that I basically just want to run a Docker, like run a Docker container at all. So maybe like pull Docker container, pull Docker container, which means then we can do a list Docker containers. We want list Docker images. I wonder if I wanted to like break this out into different sections. So basic Docker. So this can be like install Docker computer, pull Docker container. So list the Docker, so pull Docker image. We want to then list the Docker images that we have out. We want to run a, like, create a container from an image, list the containers, stop a container, delete a container, delete an image. So that's like super, super basic, right? All right. You can use how to point GitHub code space to a Docker Compose file and get it running. Oh yeah, so You know what? That's probably an extra course. GitHub Codespaces. I love GitHub Codespaces, especially since like it's free. Like you don't get very many Codespaces to work with, but like just having it for free a little bit, infinite, like so much goodness there. I don't know what words I want to use, but like it's really, really, really good. Yeah, you can push your own image. You feel like Microsoft stole that from Docker, the company itself? I don't know. Steal feels like a strong word there. It just feels more like it's the natural progression for what they want to do, and it just is good. And they're doing a clone thing with Codespaces plus dev containers maintained by Microsoft. Yeah, I think they're doing a bunch of stuff with Kubernetes behind the scenes to make that work. Also teach how to build and push container image to your private registry. Oh, so I've never done a private registry. So that'd be fun. So okay, so we have like a private registry stuff. That would probably, you know what? Private registry is going to be, I'm going to add that in as its own thing. So Docker with private registry. I'm gonna say, okay, so GitHub Codespaces, this can be an LMS and YouTube thing. Docker with private registry can be probably an LMS and YouTube thing. Probably both. Yeah, using on ancient hardware is like that's one of the biggest things, that if you can't purchase a really nice computer but you have a decent enough internet connection, Codespaces is the way to go. Wait, seems so loud. Is that my voice or? It would be nice to do a non-Microsoft reliant approach. This is how I came to use Docker containers regularly in your workflow though. Yeah, I guess like Codespaces are great for this type of stuff. All of the other things are a little bit too advanced for what this course is going to be. Oh, the terminal multiplexer that I'm using. Yes, this is called Zellage. It is loud for like these type of things. I wish that I could turn these off, but then like have a key to bring them back. That would be really nice. Visually it's so loud. Yeah, I generally tend to ignore the top and the bottom, and my mind, like my eye has gotten like really used to like looking at that. But this is called Zellage. And you can turn these off. You can absolutely not have them here. And I think they have different themes too. I can't remember. I haven't looked at it for a while. Jellies? No, it's a Zellage. Like that. You do like how you can see the commands? Yeah, exactly. I like to be able to see the commands because I also forget them. And also like being able to see that, oh, I've locked it is super nice, because I've done that before where I've locked it, or worse yet, I have like entered into like search or something, and then the next thing you know is like, what the heck have I done? And then I'm screwed. Except I can look down here and see it. Okay, so connect to running Docker contain. Okay, so if I just were to do, I mean, this is really just like, we're just gonna go through the common commands, right? So common command stuff. We're gonna have like install prerequisites. Install Docker. Okay, but once we get there, I want to pull a Docker image, run a container. Yeah, let's change this to run a container, list the images, list the containers, stop a container, delete an image. This should probably go into a different section. So we're gonna have your own Docker, essentially. So then we're gonna be like Docker file. Okay, so run exec to connect to a running Docker container. Let's put that in there. Yes, okay, so build goes down here, pull, push, your own Docker. Okay, then we're gonna do into connect to Docker Hub, push to Docker Hub. Again, log out, search, who cares about that, version, info, okay. Builder. I think I've not used most of these. Like, you don't generally need most of these either. Build X. So compose. Then okay, you're down Docker. Your own Docker. Okay, so then automations, like maybe grouping. So this is Control B to hide. Wait, what did I do? That's not hiding it. That's doing something. I don't. What is that doing? It's like showing. It's highlighting stuff that I'm doing. I have no. Okay, well that's not what I want. It hides on your config. Okay, so I must have. I wonder. I like grab this from somewhere and I use it for different things and bind B. Oh, switch to mode normal. That's what it is. I have B switch to mode normal. I would need, okay, so I wonder if is there a hide? Okay, I would need to add in to do that. I've sort of like customized this a little bit. So yeah. Okay, so your own Docker, and then Docker Compose would be about creating an entire ecosystem in Docker, right? So, like a project in Docker, essentially. And so this would be compose file. Okay, so volumes. So, okay, if I were to do my own Docker, so Docker file, connect to Docker, So networking. Volumes. Oh, binding. Logging. Exposing ports. Restarting. I think that would be it, right? So Blah, are you here with this let's see. Interactive mode. Do I have interactive mode? Okay, so prerequisites. Maybe we can have a part of this is like we're gonna set maybe instead of prerequisites, this would be like intro, like maybe first steps. It's like set up VS Code to work with Docker. Didn't know it's SBOM capabilities. Did I miss S? I forget what SBOM stands for. SBOM, view the packaged based software. Oh, software bill of materials. Right, okay. Interesting. Yeah, that is interesting. I don't think I've ever looked into that either. I don't think I've ever needed it. Yeah, like set up entire Axon project in Docker with Rust, Postgres, maybe a little bit of Redis for, yeah. So, okay, so we have all of these. It's like we have the project in Docker, and then we have like challenges, right? So challenges would be something like set up a full, set up an API, set up an Axon API with a Postgres database. So that would be two containers, right? We have Axon and we have Postgres, and they sort of need to connect together. Yeah, port mapping. So I have that, right? Exposing ports. It is super confusing to beginners, and I just saw a tweet of somebody who accidentally exposed their Postgres database when they first set it up to the internet, when it was supposed to be a private instance through Docker, and it got what was it? It got encrypted. It got hacked and encrypted. Which that's always fun. Okay, so we have first steps set up, common commands. Oh yes, faster than Lime. That's what it happened to, faster than Lime. It can happen to anybody. It's super easy to do because like there's so many different things. It's hard to keep it all in mind. And I mean, that's the reason why you hire a systems administrator, is because their job is to keep on top of that stuff. And I used to be a systems administrator, but I'm not like on top of it anymore because it's a full-time job to stay on top of it. Just to be aware of that can happen. Okay, your own Docker. So this is like then we're building our own Docker stuff, right? So like here is first steps. This is all going to be about getting set up with Docker. So I guess like we're gonna have to pull Docker image down here, run a container, and that's probably it. Like, I want to do that as part of first steps, right? It's like we're going to install Docker, set up VS Code to work with Docker, pull a Docker image, run a container, and maybe once we have the container, then you can connect to the container from VS Code, which I believe is something that you can do. But it's been a while since I've looked at VS Code with Docker. In first steps, you could do an optional module making it a dev container. You mean for like development work? My plan was then to do like in here. So like basically daily Docker. Oh, distinguishing between a dev and a prod image. Yeah, so here, let's do deving with Docker. And then we can have prodding with Docker. Is that terrible? is that horrible? Prodding with Podman. Oh, I have not used Podman. I've heard good things about it, but then also like forever it didn't work on Mac at all. So like I just didn't look at it. At a workplace, our build image was a real arcane process. It downloaded a ton of stuff to build the binary. It starts with a piece, so clearly it's good for prod. Yeah, exactly. There we go. Nix instead of Docker. Oh wait, you're using Nix instead of Docker? I have not used Nix, but I've met somebody who's on the Nix maintenance team, like the people who like make Nix, and it seems like a really interesting tool, and like he does all sorts of cool stuff with it, but I don't think most of our stuff needs something like that. I've met somebody that used Nix. They're like people that use Arch. Yeah, that it kind of does feel like, okay, we use that thing, so now we have to talk about it as much as possible to let people know that we're using it. I don't know if it's like an Arch type thing, but it definitely feels like we have to talk about it. Mostly to sell like, hey, you should use this too. It's awesome. And it does seem to be, it solves like some really, really, really important problems. But it doesn't solve every problem, or at least I don't think it's the right tool for every job. Okay, so devin with Docker. So list the Docker images. So you know what? If we're deving with Docker, this also goes up here. List our containers goes up here. Stop container. So basically just so these type of things. Okay, then up here we're gonna bind. Okay, so deving with Docker, what does that really mean? That means we're gonna run our code locally. So we're going to expose some ports. We're gonna bind. We're going to look at logs. We're gonna be able to restart it constantly. We're gonna be able to go into interactive mode with it. What else do we need to do with deving for it? Oh, we need to be able to do the networking stuff. So we need networking. We need volumes. We need our own Docker files. And potentially we need to push this to Docker Hub too, so that other developers on our teams can access it. Long time ago, I used to use Mac and then you stopped. All your problems stopped. Well, I mean, that's one way to do it. You know what doesn't solve many problems? Homebrew. You got 99 problems and they're all because of Homebrew. That being said, 4.0 might have actually fixed a number of your gripes with Homebrew just as you move back to Windows. The thing that irks me the most, and it happened all the time when I was as a student. So most of our students when I was teaching would have Macs, mostly because the school required them. So they would come in with a Mac. Okay, great. We had them install Homebrew because all the alternatives suck, at least for like new beginners, like working with the terminal. So they started like installing stuff. It's great. And then it's like, okay, time to deploy. So we get them set up with VPSs, and that's all Linux based. And the first thing that they do, if I wasn't fast enough to get to them and like tell them about apt or yum, depending upon their operating system of choice for the VPS, they installed Homebrew for Linux, which I cannot stand. I do not like Homebrew for Linux. You built your own distro with a, well, yeah, I mean, when you build your own distro type stuff, like it's super customized for your own thing, which can be really good. It can also be time consuming. Okay, I have my prod with Docker experience is running things on like ECS, which is not that different from dev type stuff. So what would we want to see in well, I guess like, oh, Docker, okay, Docker Compose goes in here too. Okay, so these are all individual type things that we can build up with them. What goes into prodding with Docker? One of the things you absolutely hate about Homebrew is that they have no concept of pinning casks, which means you can't block Vagrant from updating. Yeah, there's a lot of things that Homebrew doesn't have that would be really nice for them to have. Yeah. Which kind of sucks. That definitely sucks. If you think the whole incremental build idea, we used EaseArcher, takes a week to build and test. We update every 2 years, no problem. How do you do an incremental update for Docker stuff? Because like each image is its own thing. Oh yeah, prodding with Docker. So there is Docker in GitHub Actions. ECS is way too complex for me to teach as part of this, because like ECS, then like I would have to teach so much stuff just to get it working. Docker to Kubernetes. No, wait, no, that's K3s. What's K3s? Or is that mistyped K8s? I see the K and like a number and I immediately think Kubernetes. Not ease. Yeah, something like that. There's a wrong way to write Docker files that are meant to be built over and over and over again. Yeah, Elastic Container Service. So I use that for deploying Docker images. So I have currently in production for Brooks builds, I have my Hasura backend API running in that. At the company that I've worked at, I've done basically several different things. Like if it's just like a backend, I like to throw it into ECS if possible. It's costing you $1,200 per month. Okay, I have it basically set to the bare minimum using Fargate, and that's the cheapest that I found. It's only costing me a few dollars per month, like maybe 7 something 50 or so per thing that I put out there. I agree with that. The A11Y is the least accessible way to spell accessibility. It's trying to get all the hip young kids into accessibility. So we have to speak in elite speak. Oh, interesting. Yeah, so if it's starting to cost a lot of money, I'm curious about what you're planning on doing to cheapen that up, and like where the money is, like, because like you can look at the billing thing and like find out exactly where all the money going. If it really is ECS itself, there's some strategies that you can do to sort of like break things out. Yeah, like what Blah is saying, like if it's a lot of compute and RAM. And this is why I want to do an AWS course, because like I feel I can do an AWS course for developers, and it would be like, you're not going to get a certificate from this, but you're just going to do your job. That's because that's what most people really care about. Bandwidth and compute. Bandwidth sucks. Bandwidth is a pretty harsh one. Compute. Oh, let's see. Compute. Yeah, with Fargate, if I remember correctly, you don't really get much of a choice in what type of system it runs on. But what you could do is, instead of using Fargate, you could use you could still use the self-hosted runners. Self-hosted runners is maybe a little bit weird. It's like you run on EC2, you put a runner in there, and then instead of Fargate where it spins up one, it like uses one of those. So you can basically control an EC2 instance, and then you know they're going to run. It's going to put all your Docker containers on there instead, and like spin those up and down across them. You can control how many you have, and the most important part, you can prepay. Because with AWS, all the cost savings come from prepaying for their services for 1 or 2 years. And then you can get like 75% discounts by doing that. It's pretty crazy. It's like time tracking with screenshots. You have high RPS and high compute for encrypting. Oh, you're doing like a lot of encrypting stuff? Oh yeah, that sucks. If it's, it gets, there's a reason why microservices have gotten big, and it's because of cost. Because like you can basically break out the part that's really expensive and then have it do only that one thing over there, and then you can spin that up and then immediately spin it back down again. So that way it takes like it's expensive for like a second and then back off, and then expensive and then off. But like if it's a slow system because you're like, for example, doing encryption in JavaScript, then yeah, I can totally see that that's going to suck for that. Software engineering, hello, happy new year. You did write the encryption app in Rust and used it in Node with NappyRS and the FF5 node, but it's still costing you. Yeah, that might be like, I'm curious if you broke that out into its own system and ran that separately with a queuing service. You think that, yeah, you think that serverless, not microsystems? Like, I think that the terms for it don't really matter that much. Its own thing, right? Its own like separate instance, like that lives over there. I really dislike the terms that people have come up with for like serverless and microsystems. Like, they don't make any sense. They're just confusing. Okay, so we have Docker and GitHub Actions. I guess we can do profiles in Docker Compose files. It's like one for production and one for development. That's if you want to use Docker Compose for something like that. Should we use, I haven't done with anything with DigitalOcean for a while. We could do something with DigitalOcean. If you're doing hobby stuff, you can host on GitHub pages. Yes, that's very true. You can do, you get something like 10,000 free minutes per month on GitHub Actions for open source projects. Maybe not even open source. Like, you get, there's a significant amount of time you get for free on an unpaid account on GitHub for GitHub Actions. You can completely and totally cheat the system and run stuff on GitHub Actions. You were the guy who figured out how to do crypto mining on GitHub Actions and made frameworks so GitHub was forced to make GitHub Actions better. Fun. Also, I hope that you don't make it so that they start charging for GitHub Actions, because that would suck. Please don't do that. Railway is a service you might weigh against DigitalOcean. You can, so DigitalOcean is nice because it's like $5 a month, and you know that it's only $5 a month. I've used it before too, so like I'm familiar with it. GitHub Actions with Wild West a few years back. Okay, that's good to know. So let's see, profiles in Docker Compose, and then I guess like just running your app in running your app on a VPS in Docker, like basically something like this. So would this solve your problem, blah? Like, am I missing something? You have GitHub Actions set up to keep your GitHub Actions running. That's a bit much. If I could use Tailscale to make that VPS my own system. What's Tailscale? Is that another VPS system, like a hosting service? If you don't commit to a repo in like 60 or 90 days, it disables the action, so you have a monthly action that commits an empty commit. Oh, okay. Interesting. I didn't know that. Oh, it just handles reverse tunneling. Oh, interesting. Are you talking about deployment? Are you talking about something like actually deploying out to, like, running a command on the VPS to do the equivalent of like a Docker pull and like a Docker restart to get things going again? What did I do? What did I do with that course? I did. Oh, I'm not even signed in here. Let's see. It was books, builds, Docker, DigitalOcean. Where's my, I need the playlist. No, that was choosing the vendor. Deploying. Let's see, what did I do with this one? I did that in did I deploy in Docker? It's been a long time. Oh no, this is just the static site. Choose VPS, creating. Wait, where's don't they usually give you like the playlist? Yeah, there it is. Creating droplets, creating admin user, preventing root from logging in, auto reboots, two-factor auth, multiplexing with SSH, doing the firewall thing. Okay, so we have, and part of this we have like creating a deploy user for DigitalOcean, and then we have deploying manually, setting up Nginx, HTTPS, auto deploying with GitHub Actions. So I basically set up here in our Docker compose file that it's going to SSH into the place here, and it's there's a command when that SSH runs that then just does one thing only. Let's see. Laminox, well, thank you for hanging out with us today, and have a good night. Blah, does this answer your question, sort of like this thing that I was doing? Basically, we set it up so that way, the way that this course was set up is that there's an SSH user. When you SSH into the system, it can only do one thing. The permissions are set up that it can run one thing only, and that one thing is to deploy the site. It's basically a shell script that does like the equivalent of like a git pull and like a docker down, docker up, like something like that, or docker restart, which is, I like, that's essentially how I would do it. Okay, continue. You can grok using a container-based app. Excellent. So you know what? So prodding with Docker. So run your okay. So we probably want Nginx in. So Nginx in a container. So we're gonna have to go into a little bit of Nginx. Yeah. So that's gonna be part of Docker, right? So we're gonna have finding login. Let's add in like a database. Let's do like Postgres. Because like anybody can like add in Mongo or anything else like in there. So Postgres and Docker. run your app on a okay, Nginx in a container. And so then the idea would be like maybe a deploy script. So deploy script. So then you would be able to run this script and it like get pulls or does something else with that. And then we want to, you could get that from SSH, and like you get even SSH into the system with a command to like get pull. So this thing here, like I'm setting up like the deploy key. I wonder if this would work for you. Because I set up everything in here for like your known hosts and everything else locally and on the other systems. That way it can basically just do this. Yeah, deploying and then it does its thing. The thing about like Docker in production is like there's not that much different. Like the entire point about something like Docker is that your production and dev looks so similar to each other. That's the idea. Like that should be the base idea of it, right? Is that you're using the same systems. Maybe locally you don't use the same like database image, like, right? Because like for me, I would recommend that the database be like a hosted database, at least if like real users are going to be using it, because then you just don't have to worry about it. But for dev or like testing, and especially local, you want your local database. You don't want to pay for somebody else's database. The not that much part is what gets you. Okay. Let's say you use Playwright plus Vite, then testing. Right, so okay, you have Playwright and Vite for like testing and building locally. Okay, so I mean that sounds like just sort of like practice and putting it all together and then figuring out how it's gonna be running, like which parts run on production and which parts run on development. No, what are you doing? Stop. Oh, you're just doing the good old advertisement. I like to turn autoplay off on all these. Okay, yeah, so let's plan for this. I think this is a good plan. This is super basic still. There's a lot that's going to go into these, which I'm sure we're gonna run into fun little issues for it. But let's start. Okay, so I need it is 11:30. We'll probably take another quick break, and then we'll start actually writing articles for this, which will be fun and good. So I'm gonna do another 3-minute break, and then I will be right back. Let me turn on you again. All right, I will see you in a few minutes. Be right back. I am back. There's still at least 30 seconds of Twitch ads left, so here we get a look at Zilby. He doesn't like me sitting down while holding him, so I guess we're gonna stand for a little bit of time. Where do you want to go, Zilby? Do you get any Twitch ads which might be because of an extension? Well, that's fine. I don't care if you're blocking them or not. What it does is it turns a pre-roll off for everybody else. So for an hour, which means that people coming in won't get advertisements, which is huge. So I'm okay if you all block it. I don't plan on trying to like make money through the Twitch advertisements. They don't seem to like the YouTube advertisements have a lot better revenue sharing than Twitch from what I can tell, especially for affiliates. You normally get them though, so also sometimes don't. I don't know what that's about then. That might just be Twitch being inconsistent, which is a thing. Are you done? Silly's tail is, oh, okay. Silby's done. It took you almost 3 years to get your first affiliate payout from Twitch. Yeah, advertisements on Twitch are not great. Cream Pain, hello. How are you doing today? Interesting to see some Rust here. Yeah, we're doing some Rust, fun Rust stuff. Although right now we're doing Docker things, so it's gonna be like Docker and Rust, but mostly Docker. You feel like Twitch ads are just Amazon covering their costs, so not much of a revenue leader? Yeah, it definitely feels like that. I wonder if they're gonna change their models now that their CEO is doing Twitch streaming too. It feels like now they're dog fooding, they might sort of like realize better ways of doing things. Okay. Docker cars. Installing Docker on computers. So there's plenty of articles for that. So let's touch installing Docker. So these are all going to be markdown files. Okay, so Docker is easy to set up and install on our computers. If you have a Mac, Zilby, do you want to continue like hanging out with us? Why don't you like come sit down on your bed up here? And I have a heater too. Come on. He's like, no, he'd rather be upstairs because it's generally warmer and he has a blanket that he likes. Is their CEO really going to care about revenue from their streams? No, I think it's less of caring about that, but more of the CEO has been streaming to sort of like understand how things work. And so like if it's all of my viewers are getting advertisements whether or not I want them to, that can be like this is not great for my viewers, so therefore I want to like change it. So it's less it's less about trying to make money doing that and more about understanding from a streamer's perspective of how it works. And viewers, because I heard that he both watches and streams now. So like he's seen it from both consumers' point of views, which is really good. I like it when companies actually do that. Hey guys, my $11 billion of compensation was enough. I need to up my stream revenue by at least 12%. Yeah, something like that. Okay, Docker's easy to set up and install on computers. If you have a Mac or Windows system, then follow the instructions at Ooh. That's cool. They have a new thing. Testing shifts left with Docker's acquisition of Atomic Jar. Well, that's cool. I want... Why do they always make this so hard? Okay, so they're getting started. So, following instructions at the Docker getting started page. If you have a Linux system, you can just install the Docker engine. Now, Docker engine, you have that. It's been a while since I've installed the Docker engine itself. Where is the where is the install? I'm just gonna like send, like, the entire lesson is just gonna be sending people there. This is to install Docker setup. You don't need Docker setup though. Like just the Docker engine is enough, right? I hope he complains about this one. My viewers come directly to my stream and the stream is automatically muted. This is the dumbest thing, especially when a homepage blasts. That gets me too, where it's like random mutes. I can never predict when it's going to mute and not mute for me. Here, out of curiosity, how many of you are using Linux and use Docker desktop on Linux? Or do you just use Docker, the Docker engine itself? Because like I feel that Docker engine is all you need. If you want Docker, brew, install, cast Docker. If you're on Windows, no other way is needed, although both of them need the desktop running. Yeah, and that's the thing is like, because of that, I just recommend people just install the desktop. Just go there. because like it's not like you can't get around it, right? Like installing the other things doesn't work if desktop isn't also installed. So what's the point? If you install Linux, you're probably going to go with an open source option like Podman. Oh, not like Docker Engine. I feel like this might be, this is going to be better. Yeah, okay, so this is Docker desktop, and then I want Docker Engine install for like Ubuntu or any of the other system. Yeah, this is so much better than Docker, whatever it's called, Docker desktop. I haven't researched a lot of it, but it's something I would experiment with, try to open source. I don't think that Podman and Compose are compatible with each other, but I haven't used Podman, so I have no idea. Yeah, like Podman. Okay, so let's let me add to my project list. Like, check out Podman. It renamed that to Rodman. Not helpful. Podman, please. Thank you. All right, so here is Docker Engine. Okay, so if you have a Linux system, you can install the Docker Engine without Docker Desktop. Directly. Here are the instructions for installing Docker Engine on Ubuntu. There are also instructions for other repos, like Linux repos. Like, I don't need you up anymore. Like Fedora, Red Hat. Like, that's the biggest ones. Like Debian is like based on it, but Ubuntu, Fedora and Red Hat, CentOS and Red Hat and Fedora. Huh, they don't even have Arch. Like Debian and Red Hat. Once you have Docker installed and running, you can check to make sure that it is. If you have Docker installed, you can check to make sure that it is running with the command was it Docker version? Because like I think that if I were to, oh, I don't even have a updated version. So hold on, let's quit Docker Desktop. I should definitely check out Rodman too. Okay, maybe sometime we'll do a project on that. I'm sure it's going to be important. So like I'll be able to get the Docker version no matter what. So if I do Docker images, wait, is there like a Docker status? There's like a Docker engine status, right? There used to be a Docker engine sort of thing that you could do. Oh, Docker system. Okay, so that won't show you. Let's just do Docker image. Docker images. So with the command Docker image. If you get an error like then Docker is not running yet. Make sure that Docker is set up and running before continuing on. If you get, okay, so let's run Docker again. Oh, there's an update. Let me go ahead and update things too. Where is, okay, download the update. I am currently on version 4.19. The latest version is 4.26. Let's see, what do they give us? Organization admins can now control the access to beta and experimental features. Okay. Improved performance on x86 systems. And fix most common Rosetta issues, which is nice. Introduce 4 new version update states. Docker init now supports PHP with Apache and Composer. Builds view is now GA. Okay, here. Go ahead and just update. Install the update. The download was super fast. Now it's like stuck on extracting. All right, so if I do Docker images now, I have so many images. All right. I think we would get something like this. If you get output that looks like that, then Docker is up and running on your system. Okay. All right. That's good enough for installing Docker. Okay, so we want to essentially our first steps with Docker, like once we get in. Now I wonder if like I want to like mix some of these together into like running a Docker container to begin with. Okay, so running your first container, MD. Maybe one cool thing you can showcase is doing a front-end mono repo using Docker. That would be interesting. The problem is I don't want to have to build a full mono repo to show that off. So like, what can I do? Is there a mono repo that, so like those, I'm not sure how to show that. I'm hoping that like by the end of this, you'd be able to figure it out. There's a tool called Turbo. Is that like a Docker tool? Oh no, there's a Vercel's Turbo repo plus Turbo pack tool coming out. Should pair with a containerized approach. Oh, interesting. I'll spin up repos for you. I'm gonna add that to my things to check out in projects. So check out Vercel's, which that changed it to Tercells. Thank you. Vercel's Turbo repo plus Turbo pack for containerized mono repos. All right. So I'll take a look into that later, but probably not as part of this course, which is going to be like is more of like an introduction to Docker for people taking like my courses. Its main use is to distribute commands to independent web apps, which that like does feel a lot more of the micro sort of servicey mentality. It becomes hard to coordinate the reads from all these separate front ends. Yeah, it can feel like really, it can get overwhelming really fast. Okay, running your first Docker container. So, okay, we want to run this. So like, great. We have Docker up and running on our system. Let's go ahead and start and use it to run a an Ubuntu container on our computer. Doesn't matter. Okay, so it doesn't matter what computer we're running. Okay, so we're gonna do Docker run interactive mode TTY. So interactive mode connected to the terminal. I don't think we care about anything else right now. We're gonna call it, we're not gonna give it a name. Like bare minimum, and the IT is required for it to be interesting like this. So we're just gonna go into Ubuntu, and I want to jump. If I do that, wait, why aren't you running? Did I forgot to turn it back on? Oh no, it restarted after. Oh, I updated it and it took it down. It didn't restart it again. Oh, that's cool. Why didn't you update? I downloaded the update. Oh, weird. It didn't update. Well, that sucks. Okay. Okay, and then we're in here. Okay, so run this command to get started. So all right, and then we're in here, right? Yeah, I'm now in. So okay. After pulling down the image, the Ubuntu image, we're dropped into an interactive shell with we're dropped into an Ubuntu interactive shell. Ubuntu is a flavor, is a type of Linux. Let's see. Oh, why can't I see your username? I see it shows empty for your username. So hello? That's weird. Anyways, hello, welcome. Also, when the course launched, we just started the course today, so I have no idea how long it's going to take. Probably a few weeks. Ubuntu is a Linux repo. Ubuntu is a Linux repo. You'll notice that, okay, so Ubuntu is a Linux repo, and we are now running it inside of our own system. Regardless of what operating system we normally have, we're on. Yeah, distribution is like, I'm going to use repo. Like flavor of Linux is going to be confusing people who don't know Linux. It's like if there's somebody who's like only on Windows and they've only ever known Windows, then this is going to like blow their minds. And they're like, what? I've got Linux on my Windows system? Holy shit. And it's going to be really cool. Okay, so we're now running inside our own system regardless of what operating system we're on. Oh, it's distro, not repo. You know, oh, you're right. Distro. Oh, it's a type. Here, this won't cause This will cause less people to yell at me. Is a type of Linux. Is a type of Linux. No, people are still going to yell at me, aren't they? Let's just say Linux distro. Okay, Ubuntu is a Linux distro, is a popular Linux distro, and we're now running inside of our own system, regardless of what operating system we're currently using. If you're familiar with Linux, you can poke around let's see, poke around using commands like ls, cd, and everything else like ls and cd. Please note that this is a small, like a bare bones version of Ubuntu. Many commands are not included, like so like vim is not here, nano is not here. So many commands are not included, like vim or even nano. Oh, maybe you can link the word distro out to a definition. Yeah, we could do that. Is the do you think that the Wikipedia page is good enough for this? I think that would work. Okay, so many commands are not included, like vim or even nano. Talking about how to dev up a container is a good seg into incremental build. Yeah, so we're gonna get into that eventually. Chesmoy? I don't think I've used that ever. Yeah, I don't have abbreviation hovers or anything else set up in the LMS, so we're gonna just have a link for this one. All right, so after pulling down the image, we've got this, and this is great. So when you're finished poking around, you can exit the container with the command exit. This will drop you back into your normal shell on your system. That was the one thing I didn't want to delete. Okay, there you go. So we exited. Okay, so go there. Okay, so that gets us going with this. Okay, so did I misspell that? I think I missed. This is a T, isn't it? Congratulations. Okay, so moving on to the next thing. So that is now this is like maybe our first run for that, but it's not really like specifically pulling a specific one. So I think we're gonna have to like get that going. Oh, it's a dot file manager. Okay. Yeah, I'm probably not going to get into dot file stuff as part of this. That feels like a completely different system. Like that feels like an introduction to Linux tutorial. Okay, so I kind of want to rename a bunch of these. Let's do like I don't like this already. I'm gonna undo that. Instead, I'm gonna do the order stuff in the README. Wait, what? Okay. I don't know how that entered in a new line there. That was weird. Okay, so let's go into our README here. Okay, so getting set up with Docker. So we have yeah, so Docker for web development, installing Docker. Okay. Bring your first container. So now I can move these around into different orders if I want to later. Let's see. Crazy Frog, hello. How have you found making courses in a new age of AI? No different at all. AI is terrible at true teaching so far. So like we need to wait for AI to like get past the point where it can just sort of lecture and hallucinate half of what it's lecturing about before we can start like relying upon AI quite a bit. So the problem is that I can't really like generate stuff with AI dynamically because I can't trust that it's going to do it right. And then doing it once is like no any less work because I have to like read what it writes carefully and then rewrite half of it anyways. So it's not really, there's not really like a big thing that it's done for us. I can see, however, when it's going to make things a lot better in the future. So it's sort of like waiting for that. Blah, have a great rest of your day, and thanks for hanging out. All right, so let's jump in. Let's like now do, we're gonna launch a Postgres container. No, I kind of want to like then say like, okay, that leads into listing Docker images nicely here. So what are we going to call this? Like list, list. Is that literally what I just had? I think that's literally what I just had. Oh, you can't find it unless I come in here. Okay, so okay, now that we've run a Docker image. Okay, so now that we've created a Docker container, we maybe like not now. Maybe it's just like when. When we ran the Docker run command, Docker automatically pulled down a Docker image for us. Okay, so when we run the Docker run command, Docker automatically pulled down a Docker image for us. Docker pulled down the Docker image. Ubuntu latest for us. We can view the images that we've created, or that we've pulled. You can view the images that are on our system. I have so much stuff here, so okay, so I want everything but Ubuntu, so I want all of you gone. I want There. That's what I wanted. Okay, so okay, we have repository tag. Okay, so let's see. Let's go through the table that Docker displays for us. The repository. This is the, let's see. Okay, so Docker stores its images in repositories similar to how GitHub stores code projects in repositories. Each image gets its own repo. They're vetted might not be the wrong one. They are created by Docker or the organization. Or a like, or an official organization. For example, the Ubuntu repo is managed by. Can we get that with search? No, I can see that it's official, but I can't see who maintains it. We have to get that through Docker Hub. Yeah, so it's a Docker official image. So I believe that Docker maintains this. We can, yeah, there's also verified publisher. So Docker maintains that. But if I remember correctly, oh yeah, okay. So if it's a single letter name, it's a Docker official image. Okay, so for example, the upload is managed by Docker. And see, I almost want to see, like, can I do not one of these? Hey, fake Ubuntu, cool. Okay, so if the repo had a namespace, like, okay. I don't actually have a Berserker Ubuntu wrapper that I've created. All right, so let's see. Other one created by the user Ubuntu. All right, so so that's repository. Then we have tag. Maybe, I don't know if I like what I want to do for titles like this, but I think that's fine. Okay, so tag. What are the versions of Ubuntu? Is that just gonna start downloading? Okay, so we have 22. Okay, so 22 is the LTS, 23 is the most recent. Yes, like if we want an older version like 20. Don't they have like just a 20? Oh, there's only one. Okay, so if I want like 20.04, we could just download that one specifically. Maybe not tied because we often want to develop. Okay, so that's the tag. Image ID. Okay, so every image gets a hash as the ID, and we can use that instead of the name when running Docker commands. Created, okay. Now that's created latest. That's 17 days ago. Let's see, 3 weeks ago. Yeah, so that is correct. 3 weeks ago. So it's nice to see how long ago the Docker image was created. Guess it's more like and then size. Crafter, hello. This is exactly what I need after watching the Axum course. Yeah, I had thought about doing this before the Axum course. Because like I know that I've basically said like, hey, just like, just Docker, let's install that. But everybody knows how to use Docker, right? But nah, I know that there's a lot of people who are sort of concerned about Docker because it seems scary. But like, we're going to go over the easy parts of it and hopefully shed some light on it so it's less scary. So yeah, hopefully this will be helpful. Okay, so that's everything here. Okay, so this lists all the Docker images. Great. Okay. I mean, so I think that's all we need from this one. Okay, next up is going to be pulling a Docker image. I need to go use the restroom really quickly. It's been another hour and some odd minutes, so I'm going to take another quick 3-minute break or so. I think the break every hour or so I think is nice, especially since it like gets me up and walking around, which is also good for our bodies. So let's do that. Let's get up, stretch, take a 3-minute or so break. We'll be right back and we'll continue working with this. Do I have? I keep on like turning this off because it's crazy. So we'll run this again. This will be fine. No, I want you over here. All right, I will be back in a few minutes. All right, let's continue. Maybe I'll actually leave this running in the background, and it doesn't work too well after a while. Okay, so pulling a Docker image. Huh. Interesting. I didn't realize that they had that underscore on the URL though. Okay, so to use this repo, we can search for any operating system or software. Let's find out what engine they're using. $16, it looks like. Yeah, I think 16 is... Oh, Postgres? Okay, database versions. Yeah, okay, so 16 is the most recent version there. And, oh, okay, that is actually 16. So it's got it. Do you, okay, which version, is there a dot version? 16.1 is the most recent. Okay, which is 16.1. Okay, so they support version 16. Okay, that happens to be the latest version of Postgres. However, I want to make sure that I'm using the latest version. What words do I want to use here? So what happens to be this? However, I want to make sure that I'm let's see. However, okay, so Oh, is there no 16? Do you have multiple? Oh, you have multiple pages. Yeah, see, there we go. Yeah, I want just 16.1 probably. Dayloop, hello. How are you doing today? Yeah, I agree. Docker is a good one to do. Okay, so that gives us all of that. That's good. Blah, welcome back. Do you have any suggestions on how viewers can support me while I'm working on courses and stuff in lieu of ad money? So I mean, there's okay. So the free way to support me would obviously just being here, showing up to watch. Like just having that viewer count be higher means that I'm higher in a list of developers, so more people then see the streams or like see the videos. Sharing is like another free way of doing that. So if you share the stream or the VODs or the videos or anything else, with other people who are interested in that kind of thing, then that's another great free way. If you want to provide money type things, I have there's obviously subscriptions, bits on Twitch. I have memberships open on or what is it called, YouTube, and I think those are the only ways that you can pay me money directly on those two sites. And then there's obviously my courses. So if you want to buy a course, that is probably like the most efficient way of giving me money right now, because that is like I'm only being charged the fees for Stripe, which is that's the smallest one. It's like 3% plus 30 cents or something like that, which is not bad at all. That's actually like the best of everything. Some people do Ko-Fi. I've not heard of Ko-Fi. Some have a pretty stiff rate, so I know it's uneven in terms of efficiency. Yeah, that's the problem with like a lot of these things. But as someone who has given money to like other streamers in the past, there's a lot, like I would really hesitate to like go through sites that like I don't trust necessarily. It's like going through like Twitch and like buying bits and putting that in, yeah, they get more percentage of that, but you know that you're not going to get ripped off and have your credit card stolen and have to deal with that. So like that's all the things. So basically right now those are the only things that I have set up, and I'm up for adding more incentive lines to, I guess it's not incentive, more options for people to be able to pay me if you would like. Obviously what I really want to be able to do is like provide some kind of value back to you. So to me, it's like, that's the course, right? I don't have an ability right now to prepay courses because I'm hesitant about going into like the pre-release model. That being said, like I would be willing to look into that if people just like really want to give me money, or just like hey, just like, buy something else. Like I don't know what to do for that kind of thing. So I don't know. I'm open to suggestions. If you have like a favorite thing. Pre-order me a camel. The camel is in the making. So that's the thing, is like I don't want somebody to like pay me and then say like, okay, well you're now, because you gave me $5, I'm now like beholden to make a course on like a camel. And I won't necessarily do that. Oh, you feel kind of guilty lurking and bothering me for hours? Oh, please don't do that. Like there are multiple reasons for me streaming like and doing these like on Twitch and live. Part of it is that I just go ahead and do it. Like part of it is sort of like co-working and just building it. Part of it is also being available to all of you and like let you all see how like the sauce is made, so they can see the quality of the course. And in some ways you can now know if you want to buy it or not by the time it's done. I kind of joke that this is also the free tier essentially of the course. Like by being here and watching it, or like going through the VODs with like, me getting distracted, me throwing ads every once in a while, that is the free tier. And then you can pay me for the course that doesn't have all of that stuff in later on. And also, it would literally take me longer to make this without streaming, ironically, because I would probably just get distracted and go do something else. So this is a way for you all to keep, it's a way I keep myself accountable by putting myself in front of all of you, which is a really kind of funny way of doing it, but it works for me at least. All right, so this is finding and pulling a Docker image. So I think we're good with that. Oh, I thought you meant a platform that plays streamers with cigarettes. If I ever want to start doing the the meme side of like Twitch and doing that, I will. That is an amazing idea. I'm literally going to write that down because I kind of that's an amazing. So I'm put that under projects. Let's see. Twitch, YouTube, payment site where content creators are paid in stupid things like cigarettes instead of money. And I'm not even thinking of like cigarettes. I'm thinking of like things like used cigarettes, like cigarette butts, like just completely and totally trash, useless items. Okay, so we found and we pulled a Docker image down. We've kind of run a container. So I don't need to do that anymore. We've listed Docker containers. Oh, wait, no, containers. Okay. So if we're doing CRUD, so we've essentially created, we've pulled down, so that's the create. That's this type of crate. This type of crate is going to be different. We've listed the container, we've listed the images. So anything else with images we want to do? Okay, we can delete an image. We are chat. We are all seen. We are eternal. There is no escape. Yeah, that sounds like Twitch chat. And probably YouTube chat now, too. Okay, so Docker gives us an easy way to remove the images from our system. Oh, there's two of those. That's not what I wanted. See, one thing I kind of don't understand watching the stream today is whether it's possible to do a backend system plus a database instance without using Docker Compose. You sort of got the impression during the stream today that there's something simpler that fits the web development on Docker notion. Yes, so I personally like to use Docker Compose because I think it sort of like puts everything together, but you absolutely don't need to have Docker Compose because you could just start up a Docker you could just start up a Postgres instance, and then you can launch your server inside of another Docker container, and then just make sure that they're in the same network and able to communicate with each other, and then there you go. And then that's kind of what Docker Compose is doing for you behind the scenes. Like it's just setting that up already for us. But having multiple containers talking to make it more of a full stack development thing. Yeah, so basically think of Docker Compose as making it easier to spin up multiple containers at the same time in the same ecosystem. And it generally replaces the need for something like a bunch of different scripts to sort of like launch everything. That being said, Corebob, like absolutely, you could do like Docker run whatever for the various. Yeah, you could just have your own script that does it too, and make your own compose essentially. But yeah, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna do everything separately on their own, and then bring it together with Docker Compose. So that way, Docker Compose isn't as magical anymore. Because once you know that, you're like, oh, that's all it's doing. It's just running, just like Docker run like 4 different times for me behind the scenes. Oh, okay, cool. I mean, it does a little bit more than that. Like it creates like a network. It creates, it creates a volumes for you. It does all that stuff. It just is a nicer way of setting it up. Okay, so I'll use it will also, Docker Compose will also create and delete your images for you too. At least it should, because Docker Compose screws up sometimes. And then when that happens, you have to know how to manually clean this up. So like knowing how to delete images, knowing how to do all this stuff is essential for working with Docker Compose for those times when fun things happen. Okay, so this is pretty much deleting. So okay, so there's not really an update. So it's supposed to take care of destroying the environment for you. I have noticed that sometimes it doesn't do so good of a job, but it's supposed to. Like if you do Docker here, let's go find one. Let's go find the original course that we did. This was like full stack Axum. This was old version of Docker Compose. So this was, we have to do Docker Compose with this. So if I do Docker Compose up, is it running? I think it's running. Okay, so now all the things are created, right? So if I do a Docker PS, we can see here's my full stack Rust to do course database that was created. We have a few other things in here. But I think, oh yeah, full stack to do Rust course, full stack to do Rust course. So lots of fun stuff in there. If I also see Docker network, here's a full stack to do Rust course default network that was created for me. And then it created a full stack volume for me as well. So I have all those things sort of set up for this. So I can now do a Docker compose down. So it removes, so if I do Docker PS, do I have rip grep? I think I do have rip grep. Pipe to rip grep, and then I want full stack. See, like, it's supposed to, when I do a Docker compose down, it's supposed to remove these containers. So that way you can like pull them up again. In fact, it's like literally telling me that it removed the container, and yet still I have a container. The problem is that I have these behind a profile. So let's see. I have a profiles. Okay, so you don't have a profile. You have a profile. Node.js Express is the profile I'm going to need to run. Except also compare front end. Okay, cool. So I want compose down, profiles, and then there was also what, compare front ends. Oh, compare dash front end. Okay, so apparently I didn't have that. So that's cool. So now if I do a Docker PS, now it's gone. So that's the problem with using like profiles and other things, that Docker Compose down doesn't remove everything. Sometimes, like depending upon how things are set up. But now let's take a look at the network again. So that network is gone now. So it auto took down the network. It left the volume up. So this is something that it does. It leaves the volume up in case you want it to keep that. So you do have to manually delete the volume between runs of that. So let's do that. Docker. And then Docker images. It's supposed to, wait, there's a way to do this. Oh, yeah. Okay, so I could do -v and -rmi, and it also, what? Oh, So if you do that, it removes all of the images and the volumes for me automatically. So that way I don't have to go and manually do that. So there are ways of setting that up for us. Yeah, Vagrant has its own issues too, and like maybe someday I can like do a course or something on Vagrant, but I'm not a huge fan of using it, so I generally try to avoid it when I can. I just end up using Docker for things. But okay, yeah, so like basically you should be able to set up Docker Compose to be able to clean up your environment. You just might need some flags like this when you're doing a Docker Compose down, which then you can like put that into the script. So that way you could just do like, you know, Docker stop or like, you know, spin down or shut down or whatever you want to call it, and then it becomes a little bit easier. All right. What was I doing? Oh, this is Docker course. All right, so delete a Docker image. Okay, so we have CRUD. So create an image. We also did create a container. We have update an image. Okay, so update. What do I want to say about this? Like it is now like static. It is now like sitting there forever. When we pull a Docker image to our system, it is I feel like the easy thing would be to teach people to freeze versions, but that's not super useful. Well, I mean, if you pull, it kind of is freezing, but sometimes there's security updates that are really helpful to get. Okay, this is a terrible example because they don't use patches. Okay, I can't use... Okay, how about Ubuntu? Do you use patches? You don't do patches either. Oh, yeah, here. 20. Okay, so 20 Ubuntu will work. So we have Ubuntu. Oh, we do Ubuntu latest. So let's say we do Ubuntu. Ubuntu 20. Okay, there's an Ubuntu 20.04. Okay. So 20.04 will be updated with 20, like every time that this patch gets updated. So is that the actual URL of it? That is. Okay. Wait, is that no, that's not right. Is it just the pull command again? I want to say that that's going to do it. Let's do I have any old ones? So I have okay, so here's this one that's 16 7 weeks ago. And we know, oh yeah, look at this. 16.0 was 3 months ago as far as my local system is concerned. But we know that this was 7 weeks ago. So I could do a Docker pull Postgres 16.0, and it basically re-downloads it, and now it's updated with whatever the most recent things are, and that's it. Like, I can't really go back. So that is something to be aware of. And I've actually run into this problem before where a tag to an older version got updated and broke everything for me, and it sucked. It was terrible because, like, once you do this, like Docker Hub, they overwrote that tag, so it's done. Payupal, hello, how are you doing today? So yeah, it can be good to be aware of like should you download this or not. So I'll just leave it like that. Okay, so there isn't a way to revert back to previous versions of image after you update them. They can provide security updates, but also can break your environment. You'll need to determine when the right time to update your images are. The general rule of thumb is to keep your local version of images up to date with whatever you have in production. So if you're using something like ECS, that may or may not be locking the version and like updating for you, depending upon how you've set it up. So the way I've set up with Hasura is it's auto updating, so I can get the security updates automatically. But it may not. That may be a terrible idea depending upon your situation. Didn't you remix? I'm also making a wish list to learn Rust. Can you add an approach to restrict access to the system to authorize users like RBAC or similar in Axum? Oh, like you mean just like authentication, right? So yeah, I can add that for in the course. So probably what we want is like role-based authentication. It's already been an hour? Wow. Twitch just told me that pre-roll ads are now on for you all. Whoa, it's 1:47 already. Wow, that time has been flying. So I can add that in there. Let's see. Is it a plugin in Vim that's tracking the new lines and word wraps? No, this is, so first of all, this is Helix. And what I've done is I've turned on a Helix to show the special characters, which is something that's been helping me out a lot. Like, I don't know if it's like dyslexia that's like helps me out with that or just something else in my brain, but it's nice for me. I know that for some people it annoys them. So yeah, it's Helix and then just a configuration option. What does Hasura updating entail? Do they update the container in place or is it a fresh instance on an updated version of the instance? Yeah, so when it gets rebuilt, they will re-pull the image using whatever tag I've set up from Docker Hub. So basically, that's what's happening there. I guess one thing, and we're going to get to it in the course when we start like doing development type stuff. Inside of each Docker container, you want to consider that it's replaceable at any moment. Why is it saying that I have a paid promotion? I don't have a paid promotion for this. Did I accidentally leave that checked? I did. Sorry about that. I'm not selling stuff. This is free. Let me look. What does that say? Let viewers know if your branded content includes paid product placement, endorsement, or other commercial relationships. Yeah, that's just my stuff. Okay. Let's see. Think of each Docker container as something that you want to like be able to completely remove. And so therefore, either a Docker container contains data or it contains like code or something. It's basically one purpose, almost like functional programming on a more architectural level. It does one thing and it does only that one thing. So because of that, your Docker container that, like my Docker container that contains Hasura, doesn't contain the database also. It's like a single container that just contains Hasura and that's it. Now it connects to a database outside of it, and that database never shuts down. I could have a database running in a container as well if I really wanted to. And then I could have like maybe a volume container that holds the data for the database. All of those things like could be together in one ecosystem that then that then sort of like work around. So you would basically have one of the data, the volume container would never restart, and that would always have the data. The database and then the Hasura would basically be allowed to reboot and refresh and update constantly because it won't affect each other. They can be rebooted independently, all that good stuff. At work, we use AWS ECR and only use the hardened images for any deployment these days, which is a really good idea. That's what I do for my work. That's like another company that I work for. That's what we do. We have an ECR image. So ECR entity container repository, which think of it as like Docker Hub, except it's AWS. And they charge something like a penny or so per month per repo that you like, image that you put into it. I can't remember exactly what it is, but it allows you to to lock images to that. So you're pulling from there instead of from Docker Hub. For my personal stuff that I'm running the LMS on, I'm more okay / gonna work, just let Hasura update and lock it to a tag because I trust that works so far, and everything has been fine so far. But if the LMS suddenly crashes and goes bad, I'm gonna have to like fix that, and it's gonna suck. But it's also cheaper because ECR, along with everything else, nickels and dimes you with like every time you hit it. You keep on getting the impression that I should be learning how to prepare a version of your software using Alpine Linux. But you just pull the Rust nightly image. There's a couple different things that you might want to like consider. For example, you might not want to actually run in like execute your code on production in a Rust image. You might just want to use your own image to create something that has the libraries, and then just put the binary in there and execute that, as opposed to compiling it and running it using like cargo run or something like that. Okay, so let's see. There's a way to revert back to previous versions of an image. How? Let's see. We've already how long have we been streaming today? We've been streaming for 5 hours. I did a lot better than yesterday. We only got 4.5 hours yesterday before we got mentally exhausted and couldn't continue. But I guess coding is harder than writing courses. So that's the thing. I think I can go. I think we can go another hour before I get too tired with this. So let's do one more break, and we'll do an hour, one more hour, and then we'll probably bring it to the end the next time that Twitch tells me the pre-rolls are back on. So one more quick break. I'm gonna run the 3-minute ad, so who knows if you get them. And I will be back in a few minutes, and we'll continue making courses. We've been making good progress. I will see you in a few minutes. And then I will leave you with where this is, which is they're not happy. All right, that ball is bouncing way too much. There's no way I can hit it. Okay, so that's updating. Let's head back to the README. Okay, so create, then we have delete a Docker image. Okay, so that's CRUD. Now images, and then we have containers. So we have create a container, which we've already done. We want to list all containers. Hmm. I don't know if I... Containers that are running instances of Docker images. Okay, so in each container will hold its own state, independent of the But Mero, hello. How are you doing today? The work is going good. We've been making really good progress. We're creating a course on Docker, Docker for developers, for web developers, essentially. And we are making... One, two, three, four, five, six articles so far today. Previously, the way I was doing this, we could only get through like one article a day, and it would take us like months to get like a simple course like this done. Now it's gonna be only weeks. I mean, it might still be a month or two because I'm doing one day a week of doing this, but instead of like we've already gotten through more than 5. So that would have essentially been an entire week. Previously, like last week, essentially. Yeah, so it's pretty good. How are you doing today? What am I doing? Oh, right. We're going to do... So then we're creating 2 Dockers from the same image. Are you going to address Docker Dev without Docker Desktop? Now that Docker Desktop is sometimes a licensed thing that you have to pay for. So not really, because Docker Dev... So on a Windows system and on a Mac, you need to have Docker Desktop. You just can't get around it because they need to install the VM behind the scenes that you just won't get otherwise. Like there's no getting around that. On Linux, however, you could just install the engine by itself and then you're fine. And so I do have in the installation instructions, I link to those. Rancher Desktop or Podman Desktop are replacements. I'm probably not going to, because if they screw up or mess up, then I'm going to be on the hook for supporting that. And I kind of don't want to do that. I would much rather be able to say, hey, go yell at Docker. It's their system. Yeah, it is really only applicable to large companies. Like all the companies that I've ever worked at would never have had to pay. And then even then it was like 10. Let me see. I'm actually curious. Have they changed it? Last time I looked at it, it was like really cheap. Where is the license? Of course they don't. I don't think they have it in Docker Desktop. Okay. Yeah, so for personal, it's always 0. And like there's like this is really a lot. Let's see, pro is, I mean, that's not like you really never need this. There was something about when you need to use it. What were they thinking? Okay, is that dark mode? Okay, that's dark mode. It is causing it to be bad. That's not their fault. I forget where the license information is. They make it like super hard to find, and it's really kind of stupid. Where is... Is it under getting started? I mean, they make this so hard to find. Oh, is it hidden by the dark color scheme? Okay, hold on. Hold on. I'm gonna flash you all. Where is it? On the plans page. Okay, here it is. Commercial use of Docker Desktop at a company of more than 250 employees or more than 10 million in annual revenue requires a paid subscription. So I would argue that, first of all, if you have 250 employees and you cannot afford $25 per per dev per month, you're doing it wrong. You shouldn't have 250 employees if you cannot afford that. That means you've scaled up the business way too fast. And if you're also making $10 million in annual revenue, and again, you cannot afford this, why? That's a problem. This is probably the cheapest no-brain expense that a company can possibly have. And if it keeps the lights on for Docker, essentially all they're doing is paying for people who don't pay for it, which is the rest of us. So I have zero problem with this whatsoever. And I remember when they came out with this payment plan, there was a huge, everybody was like, oh my gosh, I'm switching away from Docker. How dare they charge us money? It's like, are you worried? Are you that upset about having to pay for this once you get to that point? It doesn't make any sense to me. That's why you should have written your code base in Rust, not Python. I don't think that's what's causing you to pay for that much extra money. So yeah, it's a thing. I brought it up with my my boss, and he was like, "Dude, that's all? Who cares?" So yeah, I don't think it's that big of a problem. There's some really crypto rich ass poor folks in some corners of the internet and San Francisco. Yeah, it would be kind of funny if if they had a crypto version where you can buy it for crypto, maybe that would work. But anyways, right now, the only reason why somebody who is concerned about it would be you're having to do more than 5,000 image pulls per day. That's a lot. Basically, they're just saying, okay, if you're going to abuse our servers, please pay us to abuse our servers, which would be $60 a year. That's not bad. I think your rationale is solid unless you plan to market to Fortune 500 plus. Are they that cheap? I've never sold / worked for a Fortune 500 company. Honestly, I could see a nation state wanting to just not work with US tech. Yeah, absolutely. Those are all reasons for not using Docker, right? Those are all good reasons for not using Docker. To be cheap, just to save a couple bucks in money is not worth it. I think that I think it's very fine to say we're not going to use Docker. The money is probably not one of those reasons. All right, let's turn that back on. Oh, you know what? They had this here, and I was completely not even reading it. It was right in front of me the entire time, and I could actually see that. You want to hear a story? Yeah, it's kind of funny. So I can give you a reason why. It's not a good reason, but there's reasons why companies tend to shy away from paying for these type of things, and it generally comes from non-technical leadership at companies. So CEOs who are coming from marketing or sales, generally speaking. That's where we're going to run into these type of issues. And oftentimes those specific companies, those specific people have been taught that IT is a cost center. Accounting is another place. Yes. So CFO, like finance, marketing, and sales. So oftentimes they're taught that IT, all of IT, which includes engineering, is a cost center. And a cost center, in case you don't know, is a business term for a part of the business that you have to have that costs you money and doesn't provide new money in. It's good to know where the cost centers are. So for example, generally speaking, systems administration is a cost center because you have to keep your servers running, but if they crash, you're going to start losing money. But by itself, your customers don't want to pay you for the systems administration. They want to pay you for the product. Therefore, it's a cost center. You tend to think of it as savings generator, but yeah, well, there are other ways to sort of think about it. Like it can still be part of a value stream, but be like a cost center within the value stream. Now, this comes back from Harvard Business Review in like the early 2000s. There was this like big article where somebody famous or something wrote like your IT is a cost center. And it got shared everywhere. It was super popular. And like all the MBAs talk about like, oh yeah, like, you know, IT is a cost center. Be careful with it, because think about what IT was back then. It was like the emails, it was your website, it was things like that. Now, the problem is that software is, especially for most companies, software is the product and software is in IT. And when your product is in IT and you consider IT to be a cost center, then, well, where's the profit centers? A lot of CEOs who are non-technical they don't really understand what's going on with the product, and they forget. They look at accounting and they say, ooh, look, all the money is coming in from sales. All the marketing is coming in. Well, why do we get sales? Because of marketing, because of like the advertisements we do. And so they reverse it around, and we get sales and marketing are profit centers in their mind, and IT is a cost center. And so what do you do with a cost center? You try to reduce the amount of money you're spending on it as much as possible. And then you increase the amount of money you're investing into your profit center, and then you're going to get more profit out of that. As you can see, this can be really, really dangerous. And it's one of the reasons why it's super important to have a diverse C-suite, because you need to have somebody from every single part of the organization involved in the decisions. And what I've noticed is that having a CTO as the only representation for technical side is not enough, because they don't listen to the CTO. If you're a CTO, I hear you. I'm sorry. They don't listen to you. And I know that. Now, if your COO, if your CPO, if your CEO are all technical, CSOs don't count. Sorry, security officers. You're usually also technical, and they also don't listen to you. If they're technical, they'll be listened to. So getting the CEO on board to like actually understand how the business really operates is like essential. You also don't want your CTO, CIO to be C-suite in name only. Well, yeah, there's a whole bunch of other stuff we can probably talk about. You feel like watching a stream is therapeutic because we don't have a culture of listening to technical folks at previous. That it's there's a book called A Seat at the Table, which is written for CTOs by CTOs, talking about how to get the rest of the C-suite to listen to you, to like let you have a seat at the table. Because I've worked with CTOs where like they tell me like, oh, yeah, they just had a big meeting about like the direction to go, and they forgot to invite me because like I'm just the technical guy. They're just going to tell me what's going to go on. And your CTO is going to be, they're feeling the exact same things that you're feeling. A CISO. Oh, geez, what is a CISO? Definition? Chief Information Security Officer. Yep, doesn't count. The Information Security Officer is going to be ignored too. In fact, probably more than the CTO. Oh, you didn't catch the whole book name? Here, let me see if I can find it. Here it is. A seat at... Okay, that was interesting. A seat at the table. This is I have not read it, but my boss, who was the CTO, read it and has good things to say about it. Also, if you're a CIO, it's the same as a CTO. Like anything with information technology or whatever, doesn't really matter. Who will think of the poor tech CTOs? The brave man will. So here's a fun fact. CTOs are the most fired C-suite member. It's just an unfortunate fact of not being listened to. In it, like when you're not listened to and they're not bringing you into the meetings, when things go wrong, who do you fire? The person you're not listening to anyways. The board of directors for most companies don't really run things the way that I think a lot of people think that they do. They hold the CEO accountable, yes, but the CEO generally can like run stuff. The CEO is powerful in the fact that they're supposed to be running a team and managing the C-suite of people, and so they set the culture. And if they don't set a good culture, then it's over. Like there's nothing that you can do in the rest of the business. Like one of my specialties is to go into a business and fix up. And it's like I started by making the team really good, and I can do that. Then I did it like the entire department, and I can do that. I've done it before. What I've learned is that if you don't have an ally in the CEO trying to make everything better from the top down and from like the middle out, it doesn't matter. It's going to end in pain and suffering, and usually the end of the company. It's just an unfortunate truth. Gordon Ramsay style. I do not yell at people. I'm much nicer when I do stuff. However, I am like pretty solid on like, no, we're doing it this way. Like, I remember I was talking to one person and they're like, okay, we're implementing Agile, we're doing this type of stuff. And you're like, oh, like safe. And I'm like, no, we're not. Well, safe isn't like, I don't care. Well, I'm not doing it. I'm not doing safe. So no idiot sandwiches. The biggest thing, and this is all part of like leadership, and I'd be like, I want to do a course on leadership sometime. especially technical leadership, because a lot of people get promoted to management by being good at programming and have no clue what they're doing. And it's a lot of people want to not be a manager because all they know are terrible managers, and they think that that's what you're supposed to do. That's what you have to do. And it's not true. You can be an amazing manager and not be a total jerk or asshole or anything else like that. There are ways to do it. And it all comes down to management and practice. Programmers don't really like to maneuver for leadership positions, it seems. I think that they don't like to because so many managers are bad at it that they're like, it's just sort of like feeling that you're turning into a bad person. You become a villain when you become management, because that's what management does, especially in like, well, I wouldn't say especially, all throughout the companies. Most people are made managers with zero training. Yes, exactly. There is something called promotion to your, what is it called? You're promoted to your level of failure or something like that, which is, oh, you're good at your job, you're promoted. You're good at your job, you're promoted. You're good at your job, you're promoted. Oh, you're terrible at your job. Okay, you stay here. We don't train you. You're now just stuck there in a terrible position where you're terrible at it. You know you're terrible at it, and that's it. That's your life now. That's the Dilbert guy, though. That's also what happens in real life. I've seen it so many times. It really sucks. And I hated the idea of management too, until I worked with an amazing manager, and it was like, oh, this is what it is. And then I worked for another company. I'm like, oh no, there's so few good managers out here. So promoted to your level of incompetence. Thank you, Radcliffe Prime. Also hello. That's what it's called. Promoted to your level of incompetence. So I worked for a really great manager. Eventually we all left that company. We worked for different companies. And I'm like, well, shoot. I guess if I want to work in a team that's created by a really good manager, I guess I'm going to have to do this myself. Because like, if you wait to find a good manager right now, you're not going to find it. So somebody has to step up and do it good. So that's what I ended up doing. The Peter Principle states that if you perform well in your job, you will likely be promoted to the next level of your organization's hierarchy. You will continue to rise up the ladder until you reach the point where you can no longer perform well. Yes, exactly. And so many companies don't understand this, which is so... It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense at all. But that's a leadership type stuff, and management is actually now become a passion of mine. So I love talking about it. Well, that's a different thing. Blah. You'll be asked to work for the point of your skill. Bad managers tend to do that because they think they're getting more out of you by doing that, and that's actually not true. They're going to get less out of you, but they're going to feel like they're getting more, and so like their brain rewards them with dopamine when they do it, and so therefore they think that they're supposed to continue that. And again, like that would be part of like a management leadership course I could create, is like how to actually like run a high performance team without burning everybody out and making everybody hate you, because like that's the thing. Yeah, you've been asked by college students how to cope with that dynamic. If you're an employee in that situation, it really sucks. Like you have to learn how to lead from behind and like basically do something we call manage up, where you manage your manager. And that takes a lot of communication skills. It takes a lot of safety, like psychological safety, there's a lot of things that require that you need to have in place in order to do that. And one of them is security in your own situation. And I got stumped because they're really convinced that management isn't that bad. Well, here's, if you're seeing somebody in that situation, try to always have a lot of compassion for somebody, because remember, here's a statement that one of my mentors like to say, which I think like helps explain this. Management is hard, ergo most managers are terrible at their jobs, and that's okay. I mean, it's not okay as in we shouldn't accept it, but it's okay as in if they think that their manager is good, it's because they've never had a good manager. So telling somebody that like, oh, this is what's supposed to happen is like literally not even imaginable by them. Like, I can tell you all the cool stuff that I do with my teams to get them high performing. If none of you have experienced that, you're going to just think that I'm on like, you know, I'm on the crazy pills and I'm just screaming about some random states, or like I'm one of those influencers that go and like talk at a conference and charge like $10,000 a seat, but like it's not reality that I'm talking about. The thing is that I've seen it. I've actually done it, but I've only like influenced, you know, certain teams. It's like only those people know about it. Thousands and thousands of you will never have seen that, which is infuriating to me, which is why we need to do better. It's really hard to manage up when you're underpaid and overworked. Yes, absolutely. It is super, super hard to do that. You need to be safe and secure. And there's an entire psychological stuff behind like of why you need to be safe and secure, because your own body and brain will remind you that a confrontation, which managing up is confrontation, will potentially result in you losing your job. Even if it's not true, even if you know that you won't lose your job, your body won't know that. Your brain won't know that. And so therefore you need to like be able to remind you like, oh, I'll be fine. I have 3 months. I have 6 months of savings. If I get fired from this, I'm perfectly fine. If you don't have that, you can't manage up. Not really. You have to work on your own Maslow's hierarchy of needs first. This is why Toyota makes better cars. There's an entire series of like people talking about why Toyota is so good at that. They literally wrote several books on how to build management teams and leadership teams across the entire company for it. It's not just the Kanban, it's also what the Kanban enables within their system. The Toyota Production System, TPS. The social safety net aspect, yes. There's so many things. I'm actually recording a podcast recently with my ex-boss, the CTO that I was mentioning, and he we're eventually going to release that, and there's going to be a lot of leadership type stuff in it. So I eventually want to like start being able to record those maybe on a stream or something, because I think it'll be super fun to like even do like live commentary or chats, or like even take questions from people about like leadership stuff. All right. What are we doing? Okay, we're going to trade two containers from the same image. So let's do this. I do feel myself getting a little bit tired, so I think that this will be the last half hour. Okay, so I want to do Okay, so we're gonna do Docker run IT again. Drop into here, and I want to. Do I have VI? I don't even have VI. Okay, do. Wait, did I just lose this? I kind of. Oh. Okay, and then if I exit, so that exists there, and now I want to do this again. Uh-oh. Wait, why are you so different? Weird. If I go word at a time, that wow, okay. Well, that's a thing I didn't. Oh, but okay. So if I come here, now I can go word. Okay. So that's what I wanted there. Okay. So oh, this is gonna be fun. All right, so let's just grab all of you. Oh, you even came with the extra lines. Oh, that sucks. Okay, so we have our Docker PSA, we have our container ID image, command, created status, and ports. Okay, so I'm gonna need to move this all into one thing, but okay, so I created, here's the minutes ago one. And it's always ID first. This is, okay, so I delete from here. Let's get okay, Ubuntu. Okay, so if I remove stuff from the command, okay. It won't be exactly the same on other systems, but like this should be a little bit better. Zuby, do you want to come hang out? Hi. No? Zuby's here. Pet the cat. Well, we're petting the cat anyways, so thank you for that, Blah. Oh, I need to. Here. Oh, are you done? Okay, we have a cat hanging out. Cat tax is due. All right, that's what Zuby said. Okay, so we have this. So, we have two different containers. Jim, hello. You were AFK for a while. House chores. The course prep is done, and we're now actually writing the course. So we're several articles in. Things have been going decently fast. So Docker is a pretty fun course to make. Let's see, the names don't have meaning. Is it an argument or an option? I think it's the argument. Sylvia's looking cute. Yeah, he is super cute. Nope, no. There you go. Okay. All right, so that looks good. So now we have Ubuntu container going in there. There we go. Okay, so we have the name. So we've now listed the containers. Oh, it's an option. It's an option, probably. Okay, as we've seen, the -a option will set the will show us all of the running. So all of the containers, regardless of their status. I think this one's done. One of the issues I've seen is a lot of students internalize the idea that they're a low performer, and I was wondering if you had thoughts on the reality of situations like that. I think that it's more than just students. It's also employees across everything. And it's I think there's a lot of reasons and a lot to sort of unpack in there, and every single person, it's going to be you have to like approach that from an individual point of view, because there's no one size to management. Like I can't just say, okay, do this and this and everything will get better. If that was true, then we would have, like, basically everything would already be fixed. And it's like, we know management is hard, ergo people are bad at it and are trying to constantly look for ways to make management more efficient. And in reality, what you need to do as a manager is like get to know every single person on your team, like from an individual point of view. Like, who are they? What drives them? Why? What is their why in life? And sometimes they don't have it, right? Like some people have literally been taught that they're not important, which sucks. And it's horrible. And so what we can do is we can help them through that and to realize like what they really want to do. And that ignites like a passion. That ignites like a lot of things. And then they can realize like, you can like help them through it. And now sometimes it's like, no, just do this. Like, trust me, it'll work. Do it. That's like oftentimes it's like senior developers. We have to tell like a junior developer, okay, I know you don't really believe that small pull requests and like putting that into like the main branch at the end of every day and like doing, making sure that good descriptions are, I know you don't believe that. Do it anyways. And this is an order. This is not an option. This is an order. Like autonomy only works if you actually know what you're doing. And so, but by going through that, then they'll start to see like, oh, wow, I did like 10 times more last week than I've ever done in my life before. And then it'll be like, oh, okay. I guess I am a high performer. But you can only get there through like having them do it. Just SML, hey Dan, how's it going? Just SML, or Dan, is one of my mentors / ex-coworkers. I've worked with them a while ago. You made it to a stream, I know. It's great. How are you doing? We have seen some shit. Yes, we have. We have seen some shit. We've done good stuff. That's true. I guess high performance can often be a backwards looking metric. It definitely is. It's not easy to understand why you necessarily have high performance once you get there. But like, if you're a good leader and you're able to see the system and you're able to like set it in place, you can have like ideas of like what can help it and what can hurt it. They just need more encouragement and positive reinforcement learning. Maybe. This is where it comes into like the personal stuff. It like there could be so many things that are getting in the way of high performance. And as a manager, it's your job to like figure out what that is. And then get stuff out of their way. Like, I'm a really big believer in servant management. So basically, I'm not there to have them serve me. I'm there to serve the team and make sure that the team can do what they need to do. The meetings will continue until morale improves. Basically, the American default. That, unfortunately, that's the kind of manager that you're probably going to get. And they only know that because that's what they've ever dealt with. For CS students, they often get financial pressures that prevent them from avoiding exploitation. That is very, very true, especially if you went to a larger university that charges literally an arm and a leg, and you are now in debt for a good portion of your life, which is it's hard. It's really, really, really hard, and it sucks. And the getting to a place where you can afford to be fired is the best way to then not be fired, ironically. It's super ironic the way that is. So I would love to be able to say like a blanket statement that it's a bad deal for folks from working families, but like sometimes college is the only way that they're going to get what they need to. Again, it's like it's a situational dependent type thing. So it's a yes and no, maybe yes, maybe no. It's like so I think that colleges are basically charging extra because they can, not because it's good. And I don't like colleges because of that. I think that those of us who don't need to go to college should not go to college. I went to college, so I can't like not go anymore. I can't like go back in time and prevent myself from going, unfortunately. If you don't need to go and you can still have a great life, I wouldn't recommend it. And let's just bleed the colleges until they start charging an appropriate amount. Degrees open doors that might otherwise be closed. Yes, they sometimes do. But you still need to choose the right door to walk through. So if you are a college graduate and you're up to your eyeballs in debt, you can still get into a point where you're not afraid of being fired, usually by upping your skills, right? Like if you can upgrade your skills to a point where you will not where you know that you can get another job. In fact, if you like network like crazy and you have like good network and you have people that are like willing to hire you and interview you, and you have on top of your loan repayments, you also have enough money to survive for 3 months, 6 months, then you will be able to go to your manager and have those difficult conversations to say, to talk to them. You'll be able to make meaningful change in your companies. But if you don't have that, the only thing that you can really do is get to that point. So putting in extra hours at your job isn't actually going to protect you and make it so that you're not like fireable. Because as we've seen over and over again, companies do not care that you spent like 20 extra hours a week, 30 extra hours, 40 extra hours a week. It doesn't matter because they will still lay you off potentially. And protect, like we have to be able to protect ourselves to make meaningful changes in our lives. Anyways, again, I have feelings about everything. Okay, so right now we don't have any, so no containers would display. Okay, so I think list Docker containers is done. Okay, so what would be next? And then next week we'll continue from this point. Okay, so we have list Docker containers. So I probably want to delete. Oh, we probably need stop a container. We probably need like stop a container and let's do delete a container next. Okay, so we have deleted Docker container. And then, okay, so then we want to maybe run a Docker container in daemon mode. Stop. Okay, then we can connect to a running Docker container. Okay, and then this will be everything for the getting started with Docker. So we'll run through those, and then we can plan for and then figure out deving with Docker, and that'll be good. So let's see, what did I miss? Companies would prefer to keep folks who make it seem easy. I'm with blah. What do you mean? What do you mean by that, Dan? Even in hustle culture, it's better to make it seem like it all comes easy. Those 3 side hustles, oh, they barely take a few hours a week. Oh, yeah. So like basically another way to say it is that this is a mind trick, by the way. So like I'm full of like sort of knowledge about like little psychological tricks you could do. I've always like sort of tongue-in-cheek called it mind control, but it's really just like sort of understanding how like perception happens from other people. If you don't ever panic or if you don't show your stress in like a physical way, then you're going to be perceived as someone who can handle more. Even if you can't, they're going to perceive you as handling more. Which can actually help. Like, for example, just like what Dan is saying. If you let them know you're working 100 hours a week, the next fuck up will be judged to you being bad at time management or money management or too unreliable. That's unfortunately very true. It's like, I'm working 80 hours a week. Some managers will be, that's great, until something happens. And then they're going to say, oh, you are working 80 hours a week. Guess who gets thrown under the bus? The person who's not in the room when the manager gets into trouble. Unless the manager is good at their job. Which again, we've already sort of established that most managers aren't. So you can't rely upon your manager to be there for you when you're not there with them, unless they've proven that they're good already. What about copying files between a container and a host? Yes, that's a good one. Let's add that in. And oh, there's a new Docker watch thing, which I've heard about in the new version of Docker, but I haven't played with. So that could be really good. Interesting. I haven't thought about how taking on too much work throws you under the bus as a developer. It's the thing where you're lauded. So like, CEOs do this thing, which I don't agree with, but they do it all the time. It's not just CEOs, it's all managers. I probably shouldn't say all managers. Many managers do this thing where they congratulate and reward through talking over work, where they'll say like, in like a team meeting or an all hands or something like that, they'll say, oh, hey, you know, I don't know, Dan, you know, Just SML was working 80 hours last week to fix our authentication system. So everybody give a hand for Dan. And what they're really doing is they're encouraging you to do more. They're encouraging everybody to do more, because now they're saying, hey, I'm only going to recognize you if you do above and beyond to the point where it's dangerous. You have to hurt yourself for me to like acknowledge you. However, if you're also tired while doing that work, what's going to happen? You're going to make more mistakes when you're working those 80 hours a week. And you're basically rewarded for it until a problem happens, and now you're like on the short list of people to blame for it, even if it's not your fault. It's not good. Port mapping would be the other. Yeah, so I have exposing ports, which is going to be port mapping type things. We literally had a formal 20-minute session where we had to praise extra work weekly. Oh no. Okay, I'm so sorry. That is so as a manager, oh man, that sucks. Oh, Jim, you had asked me about the coding game stream again, and I think there's like twice now that I forgot your things and you're using the mention. So sorry about that, twice. Yes, tomorrow we're gonna go do coding game. We're gonna try out the fall challenge. So I'm basically doing three streams of like, and then we're doing one full thing for each stream. So Monday was a project. Tuesday today is course creation, and then Wednesday is gonna be fun. We're gonna do fun stuff. Usually gaming with code, but we might also do art with code in the future too. I have a lot of plans. It's gonna be great. So yeah, that's tomorrow. Yeah, so watch out for martyr hero culture. It is dangerous. People is working for a religious nonprofit and is happening to them so hard. Yeah, it's remember also what I was saying about cost centers, and like a lot of companies like don't see the IT side as a profit center. So what happens if they perceive you as being in a cost center, and then you also were the last to touch something that cost the company money? It's like, it's fairly obvious what you're supposed to do if that was really truly the actual situation. The problem is, of course, that they're wrong, but that's a different thing altogether. You've seen some art with code, music with code, live coding stream. Yeah. So that's going to be the Wednesdays. Wednesdays is going to be fun stuff. So I think tomorrow we're going to do all coding game, just all day for one the new fall coding game, and then probably just do that for one day, unless I don't get like very far in it. If I like, basically it's just gonna be whatever I feel like, right? Like I'm gonna go with the game for as long as I want, and then we'll just go to another game, and either we'll go to finality with it or not. I'm gonna take it as my fun day where we're just sort of relaxing, but with code. All right. So let's see. Jeeves, take the co-pilot. Well, now we have a co-pilot, so I don't know who's gonna take that. If AI is gonna be able to take the fall for us because AI doesn't have feelings and like we can just recreate the exact same AI afterwards, that would actually help a lot. But I don't think I think it's gonna be the opposite, that people will take the fall and then they'll try to use AI to replace, and it's like that's not gonna work for a while. And even then they'll still need us to run the AI. All right. Those are all completely different topics that we can probably have very long conversations about, and it would be a lot of fun. Okay, so as I mentioned, tomorrow the plan is to start again the same time as today, so 9 a.m. Mountain Time, and we're gonna play coding game, and we're gonna go as long as we can. So today we made it 6 hours. We made it 6 hours, which is really awesome. And then tomorrow, I don't know, it's coding. It's usually harder on the brain, so we'll see. I'm guessing it might be 4.5 hours or so, but we'll see how it goes, and hopefully it'll be fun. We have 13 people here on Twitch, so I'm gonna go ahead and send you all over to CM Griffin. Oh yeah, I definitely am taking the rest of the day off. And Griffin. I misspelled that. There we go. Okay. All right. So anyways, everybody have a great rest of your day. I'll see you tomorrow if you want to hang out for some coding game fun. And otherwise, the stream bot is going to go into members only mode in YouTube until like it's scheduled to go live, which is I think in like a week and a day or something like that. So with that, have a great rest of your day, and I will see you next time. Bye. Oh, and I realized that schedule's wrong. I need to update that. Well, regardless, everybody on YouTube, thank you for being here. I'll see you next time.